Fuck yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think we should end the Syndicate. Let's go back to a simpler time.
I don't know, man. I was getting some amazing stuff today from Lauren. Pinged me with a bunch of questions about stuff Sandra was saying to her, which is weird. The line was like, "Why did you introduce me to Dan if you knew he was married or something like that?" And Lauren's like, I don't. Lauren's like, I didn't introduce you. Like, we all kind of met him at the same time or whatever, and and there was something about like she was gathering other evidence. I was just like, that is so fucked up. I'm like, and then she just like went on and on like Lauren did. She was like, this. Oh yeah, she told me that 4 months ago or 6 months ago or something. Well, I feel bad, I guess, saying this about Sandra a little bit. I mean, these are what people are saying. But she had pinged Lauren to say that she thought that I was acting like her dad. Like, I was acting like Dan, was acting like.
I mean, I kind of think about you as kind of like a father figure. So
Yeah, great. Progress.
Daddy Dan.
Dan, I know if you have down here that you like working with children, we think we know why. We can't let that happen anymore. Yeah, that's bad. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just, like when she told me, like, I don't think I got anything out of Syndicate. I was like, are you crazy? I like listed off like 15 things she got. You know what I mean? I was like, let's see, you got self confidence, voice acting, let's see, leadership skills. Not to mention, you learned art, and you learned about 3D and spatial platforms. I'm like, you didn't learn any of that shit because of Syndicate? I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So, yeah, I don't know. Weird. But saw my kidney doctor today. He's pretty chill. And
Nice.
yeah, he was like, well, let's see if your kidneys just keep getting better. And just, all he ever wants from me is blood. So it's like, yeah, once I get some more blood from you, I'll let you know how I feel. But right now, yeah, I'll check on you every 6 months, and basically I have some sort of like acute X or something like that, or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I feel like once you get to a certain age, you just have to graduate to some stage of medical, just awareness. Maybe this is, for me, I'm supposed to get on the cart, you know, get that number. Here's 38. That's my ticket. Thanks. And I walk around. And then Casey raised his hand.
Trying to be conscientious and polite.
How dare you?
Oh, God.
I know. What a douchebag.
Fucking luxury time.
White, cis, gender male. Said white, cis, gender male.
He knows the song now.
I do. I know the fucking song.
White, cisgender male. You got a white cisgender male. Got two of them. Oh, wait, three of them.
Army of them.
Four of them? I mean, I have a white cisgender male voice.
I was kind of hoping you were going to say soul instead of voice.
Oh my God, hilarious.
I wonder. If I identify as white, does that mean I suffer from white privilege?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. I don't know.
I mean, we get some privilege as being able to speak like white people, but we also get, your face is very brown.
Yeah.
So if they see you...
I just have to stay out of sight to hold on to my privilege.
Yes.
And then it's great because I get the advantage of being white on the phone and then being a minority in person.
Interesting.
Right? You get to play both sides of the racial fence. You know? So it's good. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. Just me? Okay. You guys have had it rough. It's almost over. 2026. Welcome to the Squarespace. Degenerate conversations in a broadcaster voice.
Was a broadcaster voice part of your guys' voice course?
No. It was more that we found when we joked around about serious things, even though we were taking them seriously, but just having fun, other people would kind of just go off the rails. And so we found that if we talked about degenerate issues with more of a mentor broadcaster feel, sometimes the things would fall off the rails as much as they might tend to.
Yeah, well, the broadcaster tries to be, impartial, I guess. Or, the
Yeah.
broadcasters of the past, maybe not today, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah, not today. Today they've chosen sides. Apparently, but though what I found is by not choosing a side, you choose a side. The side you're on is chosen for you.
I mean, like the side is assumed for you, right?
Yes, yes. There's a perception of side. If you don't take a side, it's almost like if you don't take a side, both sides hate you.
Wait a minute. You've had things go off the rails in here?
No, say it's not so. Yeah. There's been
Yeah.
all sorts of crazy shit going on. But
It's like
that's,
Halloween every day over here.
yeah.
What are you going to dress up as today? Someone angry at you? What? That's a costume? Yes. Angry at you is a costume.
Which has only been replaced by hurt by you.
Ooh, hurt by you. That would be a good costume.
Is that
And
the
of
Joker?
course, and well, no, the Joker one is the jealous of you costume.
Yeah. Wait a minute. So all the bad guys in Batman, there are kind of different tropes of traits.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I never even thought of that.
Interesting. So the Batman the animated series, it was more just a stylized office.
Do you guys remember the Sandman? The guy that like shift shapes and stuff.
I thought that was the Clay guy.
A Clayface. Thank you,
Yes.
Clayface.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
that's
represents
exactly it.
mental instability.
Yeah, because he is like a celebrity, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
getting passed over by younger and younger actors.
Yep.
Daggett, Roland Daggett.
Yeah, you got it.
Did he also have like a direct
Yeah, because you're a
connection?
fucking nerd.
You're a fucking nerd.
You're a nerd.
I love it's like a tragic story of like really wanting to I don't know, the whole ageist thing and what life is like and what it means to be attractive.
Mm-hmm. He
Yeah.
wanted to say the same. It's almost like he was the first example of like he was a precursor to the women with the big butts.
Oh,
Shut
the
the fuck.
Brazilian butler?
Yeah, the
Because in the
BBL.
animated series, he's actually injured and tries to like horribly scarred, I think, and then tries to recover his looks that way. I think
I
something
have
like
to
that.
watch it again.
And then in the movie, he's like a downtrodden father who stumbles into a science experiment. So take your pick, I guess.
I know that there's like these, for as long as I can remember, there have been these studies in Toronto where like they'll give you $2,000 if you take like some medicine. I used to know a bunch of
Oh,
dudes. Yeah, back like
that's
20
like
years ago.
that's a thing. That's a thing in the U.S. too.
Is it really?
Oh yeah. You want to sign up and be a little guinea pig? Sure, sign here. Here's your gift card. Enjoy.
Here's a free sandwich.
I mean, you could get a job and get paid probably as well, right? But I guess the eating medicine idea is kind of a good idea too.
Do you have incredibly low aspirations? Do you not mind being a guinea pig?
The ones where
That's
you have like
horrible.
the sleep study and you have to like stay in the building with them
Mhm.
for it's like a week or 2 weeks or something, almost a month maybe even, depending on if they want to keep you in there.
I remember driving my buddy to a place after work, and he was like, "Hey, can you give me a ride to the clinic?" I'm like, "All right." So I give him a ride. He goes in, gets this injection, comes out. I'm like, "Yeah, you got your shot?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "How much are they paying you?" He's like, $3,000. I'm like, "Get out! It's a lot of money."
Yeah, they have the same thing in my country as well. Here in New Zealand, you know, you can get paid a few $1,000s to have some experimental whatever, you know.
Now they don't even pay you $3,000. They just prevent you from getting on a plane.
So, I'm going to take this opportunity to try and revisit something I was trying to do yesterday with you.
Awesome.
I have a quick hit list of ideas.
Wicked.
All right. First one up is bartering art for items.
Okay.
Do you have art that you've created and you wish for a thing? List it up and trade your art for things, etc., etc.
How do you
Isn't
barter when something's priceless?
Well, you know, I mean, the artist is going to have to set the value according to the item they need. Maybe they have 130 pieces of art and they need more paint. And they're willing to exchange 5 pieces of art for a crate of paint. Something.
this is why they invented money, so we didn't have to
Yeah, it's a
barter
backwards.
items.
Yeah, it's a total backwards maneuver here. Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah, the
yeah,
society is regressing though, so maybe we regress from fiat into barter back again. Maybe that's the future.
Be great too, because you could be on the opposite end of that. Instead of being an artist, you'd be like, I'm the beach chair guy. Like, if you need beach chairs, I'll negotiate beach chairs with you over the art piece if I like it.
And I mean, if I've got this random fucking stein for beer that this artist wants, and I really like their art, and I don't have to pay them any money, and I was gonna sell this thing in a garage sale anyways, like, sweet.
But wouldn't you put it on eBay or on one of those things?
Too much hassle. Dude,
Right.
most people don't do it, right? But if they like can go to a art exchange and the artist says, hey, I need blenders and kitchen utensils. And you're like, shit, I got like 6 blenders in my fucking. What do you got for art? You never know.
It's yeah. So let's say there's something on OpenSea that's $50, right?
And
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I have an idea.
I was just thinking, like, if somebody is like, so. It's interesting because we talk about photos and then there's the IP rights for the original.
I think as a promo idea for like a specific piece, if the website were set up that way, where it would be kind of a cool way to promote it, that you're looking for this in trade for this piece of art, and you could have like a reason for it. That might be interesting.
okay, all right. So let's take a pen and put it in on this one because there's a little interest. That's interesting. Okay. The second one,
Just like a unique way to promote the art piece, almost even being like, this is for sale, but it's for sale for this.
I'm bringing it up because I think it's actually a very good idea. I didn't want to come across that way at the beginning, but I really think that's got some heat. There's a lot of barter exchange systems already out there, but nothing that I can find that's quite like this. So let's put a pin in that one because we got 2 more. So the second one up is an exchange, and I've already brought this up before, but it's an exchange, but it's based in Native American sovereign land. So we saw, was it North Dakota, make use of tax loopholes and get flooded with all sorts of cash. I think utilizing the loopholes for the Native American lands has a lot of potential. And if the Native American tribes were in control of said exchange, I think that would be amazing. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good, but poof.
When they acquire like land abutting, does that also then become added to?
I don't believe so. I believe that the reservations have set boundaries. And I don't know about, I guess I should say I don't know, but I think their boundaries are pretty well set and established. Interesting question though. What do you ask?
Oh, because then you could expand upon their land, and they would then they would have more rights and less taxes, and there's more incentive to grow beyond where their reservation is. But I think you're right. I can't imagine that they would let them just grow and grow.
So, and I think what really makes it super, super interesting is when you mix in the casinos that are on those lands. So now we're going to take a relatively sovereign exchange and add in the power of the casino monies and that entire infrastructure that's behind it. Right? Like
I love it.
It's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of potential there.
They can buy back America. That's fucking awesome.
Rise of the homies, the OGs coming back into style. I love the narrative.
No,
so, okay.
I'm down with that idea.
Okay. So that's number 2. Number 3 is metaverse building. Dude, I am like fucking beside myself after looking at this other side stuff and Decentraland and all the different metaverses. It's all trashed. It's horrible. And they're all separated, but they're all using the same formats. They're all FBX or GLB or GLT formats. There's nothing special about them. I don't believe it would be altogether too hard to go in and just copy paste fucking other side in its entirety. It's like, hey, you guys want a cheap other side? Here you go. So I think if much in the way we have cryptocurrencies that use IBC, inter blockchain communication, to network the chains, if you utilize IBC in 3D creation for metaversing, then you can have a single environment that can be portrayed on Decentraland, Spatial, other side, wherever. And now everything can work together. And so I think IBC and sales in metaverse building is the next like tech leap that's going to start networking all of these digital assets together. And it's the one thing that I don't hear anybody talking about. It's common conversation in the currency side, but not in the digital asset side. So
Let's say if those Apple glasses were on the market today, do you think people would still use spatial the way they're using it now?
no,
You think spatial is going to be a thing when the AR glasses are out, or is spatial or is that going to be their launch?
so I haven't experienced it yet, but from what I can hear, the anytime you're using the immersion, the glasses, and doing it that way, it is amazing and it's much easier. You have a lot more control. It seems quote unquote better, but there's also another conversation going about like, hey, are you guys kind of feeling fucked up after spending 4 hours in VR? Because I am. And there's a whole, like, if you go through Reddit and look through there, there's a whole bunch of people talking about, I'm going to make my own phrase. I'm going to call it immersion sickness.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do you okay?
No, I was just had something in my throat. I was hearing a bunch of crap, and I was just trying to get that out of my. Oh, my throat's clear. All
Do you
right.
think that's crap?
I think some of this sickness is real, but it's not going to be enough to deter what's on the other side. But yeah.
You made me think because, you know, like a lot of even the video games and stuff have like, hey, you shouldn't really be playing for more than 4 hours at a whack. You should probably take a break.
It's okay. But if I had the whole population in just 4 hours a day, and most of them will violate that and give me at least 8 hours, and then it'll work out. The man will get his cash.
We'll be long gone by that time, sipping on Mai Tais. No, I don't know, man. It was just that's what I had heard on that
An
subject so
observation.
far. Yeah.
So you basically took a truth online and then you passed it off as one of your own.
I said reading through Reddit.
My friend,
These are not original thoughts here.
Wanted to sort of impose the notion that truth was yours, but you were just. Are you working for the Republican Party? What's going on? Are you part of the disinformation campaign?
I mean,
aren't you?
I've been in your phone for months, Dan. I've been resetting everything. Every time it glitches, that's me.
I've noticed
every time it flickers, that's me on camera watching you. You understand, Dan?
Mm.
I know what you had for breakfast. Okay, that's the last time I will do that.
Okay. I did find a bunch of free models in Sketchpad, like cool ones of animations, and I've been importing them into Spatial, and they're weird, but they're fun.
They are super fun. Have you tried taking one of the animated ones and uploading it as an environment?
Yeah, yes, but it's still showing me above, like I still see
Above or
like
below,
ground
right?
below me and shit.
Yep.
So I don't
The
know if
move,
that's actually reading correctly or not.
dude, the moving ones as an environment are challenging. It's all about the scale that you use.
Yeah, yeah, this
Can
is a trippy
can I just
one
ask
right
a
here.
question about
Yeah.
metaverse before we just jump past that? Because I don't really have a full understanding of exactly what it is. I know that people want to like own space there and advertise there, and there's money to be made. I have like an idea of it being almost sort of like either literally space or like an ocean, where you could have
Okay.
like a
Okay.
harbor off the
This
mooring.
was I'm so with you on this because I recently finally just made the mental leap here on this one. As I'm looking at what it costs to get some of these quote unquote high end 3D assets that you can put into environments, people are getting paid to create this stuff because it's kind of a lot of work. It's a lot of work, right?
Well, do like so? I'm thinking like a harbor, and then you could have
It can
because
be
people can't always
anything,
afford
dude. You
like
could
a
have a
waterfront.
harbor on the moon. There's no actual limits. You do
But
whatever you want.
that's true. That's true. Okay, so there's no like limit to the amount of space that is available.
So there is, and it seems to be partially dictated by the software and the computing power behind that metaverse.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
you can find the limits of the total map. It's tricky, but you can. And usually, like in Other Side or in Decentraland, it'll show you like the zoomed out version of what the entirety of the space is available. And the edges of those you just can't go beyond. That's as big as the map is.
Yeah.
But within that map, they're all gridded off. And you can purchase different sections of that 3D asset. And they're token gated so that you have to have that NFT to access that plot of land.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, yeah. I
Okay.
mean, I'm sure it'll grow, but for now, yeah, I pictured it as more of a I don't know how the hell I pictured it, but yeah.
Well, the way it's described makes it seem like what it's not. All it is a 3D rendered object that's been parceled in a grid pattern and sold off in chunks and token gated. Ta-da! Billions of dollars. That's it. And they hype it up like crazy, but that's all as far as I'm concerned, that's all I can see.
Cool. Thank you. Sorry, Dan. Go ahead with your the art thing. I've seen some of your artwork. It's pretty badass.
Anyways, in the chat, I posted the spatial space so that you could check it out there, Casey. And, if you wanted to, you don't have to.
Dude, what
Obviously,
is this,
it's
Dan?
a trippy thing. Is what it is.
What is this? Is this your environment?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just this thing I just made. It's called the Syndicate Swirl and Twirl. You got to get in here, man.
How?
I don't see you.
Where's the link?
I just put it in the chat.
No, you put a video in the chat. Where's the link to the space?
I just put the link to the space in the copy.
No.
What?
Are you in spatial right
I'm
now?
in the spatial now.
All right, top right. See the little person or the little plus rather?
Yeah, okay.
All right, click
How
on
about
that,
this?
and it'll
Yeah.
do you have a pop up, and we'll
Okay,
say
copy,
share.
clipboard.
Hey,
Okay.
got it.
All right. I'm going to send it to, which one? Am I sending it to the KC Imagination or the other?
What am I on right now?
God, what are you on right now?
Yep.
You're not the other KC.
Send it to the Drizzy. Drizzt. Send it to the Drizzt. Come on now, boy.
There you go. I had to like type your name in first to find it. That's not
Drizzit.
terrible. That's like how bad.
Well, you'd think I'd have like KC, not some weird Drizzt meta handle.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little. I know. I get it.
And it's like, okay, there. Okay, there we go. Get this thing, copy this link, go back over there. There.
Here's his handle. Is it Doctor? Is it?
It's did. It just did.
DRIZZIT.
There. Yeah, Syndicate swirl and twirl, man.
All right. Did you DM it over or would you there?
Yeah, I just DM'd it over to you.
Right.
Like, come on. Well, yeah.
Let's copy this.
Okay, there you are. There's somebody down there. You're gonna have to climb up, though. It looks like. Yeah, there you go. Or find it. Sometimes you can fall through, though. I've noticed that before. But can't guarantee that you're gonna be safe. You know. Can't.
Oh, we have metaverse insurance and waivers. We need a legal team.
Completely. There we go. There's somebody over there that's kind of like on the edge. They're dropping off. I know it's a little trippy of a space and an environment. You can get stuck inside sometimes, and then like you can really trip out the camera and like zoom in too much and get too much of a view. You know. So yeah. Should be able to affect this thing's speed, though, you'd think. But, yeah.
Remember like early websites, and if anybody was going to have like an epileptic seizure, they would have epileptic seizures because the websites were just so ridiculous. That's like that's probably the phase that we're on with metaverse, right?
Well, I mean, it's definitely in the experimental, like, it's just people playing around with engines and capabilities. And, but the brands are starting to show up, and the brands will show up with media, and, people know it's hot, and people know it's interesting. So I think they'll join it. They'll check it out, but they need the right incentive,
Yeah,
the right celebrity
right.
or the right,
Ease
mixture of something. Yeah.
That's going to be it. Something that just makes it super easy that you just hop right in, like an easy access, or easier access. I know it's probably already easy.
I don't know how to wave. I mean, I don't know any of the gestures. He can do that wave thing. All I can do is click on him.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and
there we go. There we go.
If you look at the bottom right,
yeah, that's my crazy move thing. Okay.
If you look at the bottom right and the 3 dots, a little control box will pop up.
Oh yeah.
Second from the bottom says controls, and that's where all your controls are.
I see.
Buttons first. So
I posted a video of me falling perpetually.
Yeah, so that can't happen apparently if you get out in a circle too far.
Well, the thing is, I was spawned outside the circle.
Yeah, that's not good.
So it spawned me in the air.
Anyways, these files were pretty plentiful. There was a bunch of them. I downloaded like 20 of them.
Oh, dude, I got into the core.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy in there. It's a little strange. It'd be kind of nice if that was stable in there. You could put something in there. So I want to make a bunch of these and just make it a bunch of like
Oh,
crazy animation park all connected.
dude. Oh, I got into the stable core. I'm in.
That's cool.
The silver tube on the inside, you can get inside. Did you have a setting for spin rate on this at all?
I don't think so. Let me check.
When you download it from Sketchfab, there's usually like animation styles that you can select from.
I have rotation, but I don't think that's the right rotation. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I've seen that.
And there is, because if you increase this by like what was the scale on this? Like,
The scale is 18.2, so I mean, that's right
oh
now.
yeah, did I crank this up to 100?
You want me to crank it to 100 right now?
Oh yeah. I wonder what we'll do with
Okay.
everybody in here.
I even know what that looks like.
Okay, now take your middle axis and drop it down.
100. This thing's too fucking crazy, man.
There we go. That's better. Yeah. All right. And I think that with it this size, we can probably get more people. You might be able to set your starting point inside the stable core. So instead of starting off on the outside, maybe we can get us starting off inside. Oof. Oh, I did it. Oh my. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, I gotta take a recording of this. Oh, this is
wow.
great. This
Ooh,
is
inside is
great.
kind of bizarre, man.
Dude, this is awesome. Oh, dude, you could totally make a game out of this too. Put up little floaties so that you got to dodge back and forth and not hit the floaties. Oh, dude, this is great. This is great.
This is definitely bizarre.
So I have to say, I would definitely consider making this even bigger. Like maybe even a lot bigger. Like add a zero, Dan.
Go 1,000, huh? All right.
Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, so I'm standing on the interior core as it's circling around. Hold on. Let's see if I can get this posted up.
There's 1,000.
Oh. Whoa. Oh, I'm gonna have to get all the way back in. Okay, hold on. This is gonna be tough. I don't know if I can get in. It's so big. Hold on. Swing it around. Step back in. Down. Come on. The trick is getting in between the scales and getting as far down as possible. And then view shifting like that. And I'm back in. All right. Oh, shit. And I'm out. All right. I know how to do it, though. Okay. Dan, do you know how to get to the inside on this thing? Because if you do, you are the only one that can actually set the.
No, I don't know how
portal.
to get to the middle of right now. I've been trying to.
It's
I
tricky.
have a trippy music video is what I'm making right now. It's working now. It's like the Mr. Syndicate song. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mr. Syndicate, what's up? Let's just get this just a part of him. All right, and there you go. Should be able to do. See, yeah, I'm kind of getting somewhere. Just don't know where. Shout ahead. Just shout ahead. Whoa. We don't want to get too lost. It's hard to get to the core unless you really know how to do it.
Yeah, it's tricky. And the harder part is that once you do get to the core, it's easy to accidentally zap yourself out. There, okay, so I'm back in now. And all I want to do is, I guess I'll just take a photo. Can't I see? There we go. This is the one I wanted.
I'm officially pretty lost, so
I'm working on it. I've almost got the video. I just couldn't figure out where it was getting downloaded to.
Should I change any settings in the environment, or should I leave it?
No. Actually, wait a minute. Can I? Oh, I can we do settings? Oh, 1x. Great. Okay. Good. Okay. No, don't do anything. I'm just trying to get the video that I downloaded. Just having a hard time getting that, so I can post that up and show you what I'm.
I saved the template.
Good. Good. See, this should be. Retry copy download link, I guess. Why can't I just open this fucking thing up? There we go. I got you now. Hold on.
Yeah, I might have to try another one just because I'm curious. I might leave this space. It'll still keep going, right? I'm just leaving it. It won't crash.
Yeah,
Will it?
no,
Oh yeah, no,
going.
you're good.
What?
Right.
Don't leave. All right, I won't leave.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Mel, what's going on?
Hey, I'm all hurt, but because the spatial gallery thing that my artwork is going to be featured in is canceled. It's a good reason. The events in Seoul, because spatial has a big South Korean presence. The
Oh wow.
Yeah, the government of Mexico City decided to roll back their metaverse events, and so they were gonna do this and that and the other thing, and I had 3 pieces and Frida Kahlo, etc., etc. Now they were offering to just put a portal in the Day of the Dead space and maybe host some kind of gallery night. And I just, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm not taking the sugar daddies when someone offered me a Snickers. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And like I said, there's a good reason, and I don't want to appear ungracious and selfish, but at the same time, it's kind of weird because when this kind of level of disappointment and so forth happened, there was a big showcase I was supposed to be a part of on the National Day of Prayer after 9/11. You know what I'm saying? And so it's almost like if one believes in magical thinking, that there's reasons for everything. So I'm just sort of hurt, and I've been sitting on this for like 3 weeks and signed an NDA, and luckily I didn't spend any money. I don't think I spent any money.
I'm sorry for your experience. It sounds like it was blah.
Yeah, it was blah. It was mainly the reason why I was so excited is because of the positioning status that it would have given me within my own community as an artist, not as a 3D designer or an AI art generator, but to be showing alongside of Diego Rivera's recently unveiled mural and all this kind of stuff was a big fucking deal. Anyway.
Yep, understood.
Well, can I try to lighten the mood here and cast your direction towards the nest and check out the little video?
I did see it. You talked.
Dude, this is a blast. I'm in here right now, like teleporting around, trying to see. Like, this is almost gamish. Like, this is very nearly gamish.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
there's a bunch of those environments if you can find them.
Swirl and twirl.
I personally can't handle them. They make me ill. But I spend a lot of time in my headset. I know that you guys are on desktop, so it's different.
I just got to get to the core. If I can get to the core, I'll be good. I can't get there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
We had to put spawn points in there or something.
Well, that's why you need to get down here. As you're working your way through the scales on the outside, try to walk your way down. Zoom your viewpoint as far out as you can, and then swing the viewpoint lower than your feet, and you'll see the silver core in the middle. And from there, you can just teleport to wherever you can see. Does it make sense?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. So just from the top, walk your way down as far as you can.
Just try not to have a seizure here, okay?
Yeah, it's all like, it's super hard.
This space needs a fucking warning on it, man.
Oh man, like it would be clutch if we could moderate the speed that this was going at and slow it down a little bit would be preferable. But yeah, once because what'll happen is once we get the portal down here, then we can also enlarge this again and add another 0.
I'm just trying to get off of the screen. I can't look at it anymore.
What am I thinking? You've got this
Well,
open.
see, that's the thing, I do have some environments that I have like audio playing that are supposed to be so annoying and so irritating that people won't spend, a whole lot of time in them. Is that what you're going for?
No,
No,
no.
I was just experimenting with models that I found on SketchLab, but I do want to create some sort of ambient rooms where maybe it's all you hear is some audio, and then you see some tripped out space, and then people can for a while there, you could post-it notes in different spots, so different points of the twirl you could sort of put a note in like, oh, I like this view, or I didn't, or whatever. So just tripping, just
Yeah.
tripping.
One thing that you do have to be careful of, though, is if you allow people to leave notes, that means that they can edit your environments, which means that they can also clear it. Um, you know, it's a doom.
Good point. Good point.
All right, I get a bounce. It's time to go play Legos and do the thing. So Dan, I think that is very fun. It might be easier to access the core if you put another 0 on the scale.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe. I was just thinking about it. Maybe.
Yeah,
Worth trying.
I'll try it. I'll try it, man. Hey,
Good luck,
numbers.
sir.
Numbers are great. I love numbers.
Adding zeros, buddy. Adding
Yeah.
zeros, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. You guys be good. Catch you on the flip.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go check that out. Be right back.
Figured out how to get inside the tube. I zoom back out. Let's see here. Nice. I got it to work. It's like I'm on a road again. Shit, don't fall off the edge.
I don't know. Can you actually fall off the edge, or does it constrain?
You don't necessarily die. You just keep falling in the same place almost.
Oh, that thing. Yeah. Now, does that happen when you're just spawning in, or does that happen when you're
It
rotatory?
happened when I spawned. I spawned right into the air.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why you want to add a spawning point so that when you fall, you don't fall into infinity. The call of the void is strong in there.
Duly noted that there are some fire hazards involved in that space, and we'll address those as we get our permits.
Well, just cut off the oxygen. It'll be fine.
Interesting. I wonder how you can remove the oxygen from a spatial space.
Oh, you mean like letting all the air out of a room like I did when I came in here? Sorry, guys. I came in here for
Ouch.
relief.
Wow.
Well, that was, thanks for sharing, Mel. That kind of thing?
Can you imagine like somebody spawns and then the avatar just like crumples over or starts like fucking Sylvester Stallone and what was that movie where they're like Total Recall? Right.
Yeah, Total Recall, the Mars movie. Cohagen. It's his fault.
I remember that. Of all the things I remember that one scene where they're like choking for dear life at the end.
Yeah, that scene, and then the opera singer in the airport kind of losing her shit scene.
There's some great moments in that movie.
I just watched the new Cronenberg movie last night. Jesus freaking heck. What the heck?
It's a horror movie, right?
It sure as fuck is.
I saw the review and I was like, this seems like an exploration more for the director than for you know what I mean?
Like, oh, you mean like him smelling his own farts? And
it's kind of like
right.
I think every director wants to build their own centipede kind of movie.
Yeah, right. Or Salo, right? Like Paolo Pasolini's Salo.
Mm.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of, well, I had seen Existence, and of course, I really enjoyed the idea of it, and there are, threads, or let's say surgical. What are those called? Fibroids that connect. Eh, I don't know. I understand where they're going with it, but yeah, it was definitely horror. But a movie that I watched recently that was not billed as horror, that actually kind of was horrific, was The Good Nurse.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna look them up. I find the only thing that gets me interested is horror movies because there's an element of surprise.
Yeah, and there are very few of them that have that. Um, my husband reviews movies for the local newspaper and has for about the last 25 years. So our diet tends to run towards looking for anything novel, and of course,
Mm-hmm.
the horror genre is more dependable than the rest. Um,
Yeah, right.
mhm.
I find like one of the most beautiful things now is um, I find like the horror movies are really having a good time making fun of themselves and their trope or their, you know?
Right.
What was that one that we watched that was really funny where he was like in that ghost house by himself?
Fuck, that was amazing.
And he was like, it was all tropes making fun of the movie scare genre, but it was so good.
It was a good movie.
It was really good.
It was a found footage. My favorite shit is found footage. I'll watch that shit all day long.
Now there's a one coming out called The Outwaters, which I have a piece of sound that's in it. I'm excited to get to see it, kind of thing. But the first one, of course, was Blair Witch, and I have to say it's still really successful, mostly on the strength of its audio.
I've never, what's funny? I should watch that. I've never actually watched that movie.
Yeah, I feel like Rick got an advance copy because we had at one time a film festival here, and it was part of the film festival. So he watched it on VHS, and that's how long we've been doing this. And I went to bed, thinking it was not that much. I kind of have a joke about the plucky band. Oh, are we going to get introduced to the plucky band here? Or like, oh, ma'am, you left your expository bag here. That kind of comment for most of these things. But he came to bed and his eyes were so big. He was so scared. I mean, and that it takes a lot to scare my husband. And So I watched it, and of course, I was cranked afterwards. On the big screen, it did not hold up, not at all. Even with, the what is that, surround sound, because they use the multi layers of surround sound to huge advantage in that movie. But I mean, it definitely set the bar for the trope. Everything else that I have seen has been crap. Um, the fellow who's made um, the Outwaters, which is like one of the newest independent versions of this found footage, says he's eager for me to see it because of my comments about um, just how kind of detestable the genre has become over time. I like it when you can't tell the difference between what you're watching at first. I have a tendency to kind of walk through the room and, make comments about what's on TV. And if I can't tell just from a walkthrough whether it's a found footage genre movie or it's real found footage and he's watching YouTube, um, so I like that disarming quality.
I watched one called Lights Out, which I really enjoyed. It was one of those things where the monster only shows up when the lights are out. So you're kind of getting that scare a lot. Lights
Oh,
on, lights off, lights on, lights off.
yeah, your own imagination, I think, is really way more
Right.
resourceful than any practical makeup or uh, even digital CGI really doesn't. It doesn't horrify, right? It's not horrific. It might be fantastic, but
Good point. That's a good point.
yeah, it's like we watched. Well, I sat through part of the new Hellraiser, and first of all, it's it's hard to invest in a horror escapade if you don't like the characters, right? If you can't really care, you don't care if they get it or not, kind of thing. So, it, the movie, the original movie Hellraisers, was kind of hokey and just a little too greasy. Do you know what I mean? But the book was pretty interesting concept. So I was surprised that they weren't able to take all the new um, CGI and viscera extremes, and then of course, layered with these sort of Cronenberg um, ideas of physical sadism and pain and hell and all that kind of stuff, which is all part of these these kinds of exploration movies.
What was that horror movie you mentioned?
The what?
There was a movie you mentioned.
Um,
That I want to watch. I forget
oh,
what it was called already.
Hellraiser. There's
Mm.
one from, I think it's the 90s, maybe.
Yeah, late 80s, early 90s, I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah. The one with the syringe head or whatever, the needle
Oh
head.
yeah, Pinhead and the
Right.
little bitey face. Yeah, 1987. And then there's a new one. And it's based on a book, and apparently the author had a lot to do with the production. So you can't blame, give it the usual Stephen King. Well, I didn't have anything to do with the production, kind of thing. But
You ever watch that movie about The Shining? I think it's Room 237.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Yeah, we've watched that. My God, that's one of my favorite movies of all
Isn't
time.
it great?
Oh,
What? Man, so slept on that movie.
did you know that I used to live a stone's throw away from the outdoor scenes?
Oh, get up.
Yeah, in Oregon, there's this place called Zigzag. I lived just outside of Zigzag, and that's on the way to the um, I've forgotten the name of the resort, but the let me see, the place where they did all the outside scenes, shining outside scenes. The inside, of course, you know, and if you pay attention to the documentary, could not really exist in reality, but um, yeah, the Timberline Lodge. The inside of the Timberline is really
Right. Yep.
a lot of carvings and sort of indigenous decoration and so forth, and it was unsuitable. But and then, of course, as a aficionado of all things haunted, the Stanley Hotel looks entirely different, and of course, the tremendous attention to detail that Kubrick gives everything. Sorry, my dogs are going to start making a lot of noise here. I'm going to mute.
Yeah, it's funny because when I'm editing video and I'm doing transitions, I often think about that Room 237 movie and the fact that, they talked about the cinematography and the cross dissolves where the certain images are on purpose on top of other ones.
Yeah, that makes everything, and especially you can also, if you're using Premiere Pro, get in and you're not taking just the canned dissolve. You'll keyframe where you want the dissolve to start and how long
Yep.
it takes. I remember seeing the director's cut of The Exorcist for the first time. And
All right, I could watch that.
oh shit, I got to see that in the movie theater.
Right.
I was in college, and oh my God, it left a mark. I mean, Jesus. If I had seen the director's cut in the movie theater, I think I might have really, had some kind of a psychotic break.
One of my best friends when I was a kid, I was probably in grade 4 or 5. He was kind of gothy and liked classic rock and really loved Rocky Horror Picture Show, that kind of thing, right? And I remember just watching it at his house, eating a bucket of KFC with him. But the director's cut, how different is it?
Well, I'm pretty. There's some movies that I know pretty well frame by frame, and like I'll be making dinner and I go, oh, this is the director's cut, but. I think that there are really just a few scenes, if I recall, something about some sort of backward spider walking that was just considered um, too weird, and then she peed in that scene where she comes down to the party. She looks at the astronaut and says, "You're going to die up there," and she pees, and that is in the director's cut. And then there might be some context conversationally between the mother and the priest, if I recall, and then the face that is jump cut in the climax scene where she's in full crucifix and levitated off the bed just prior to the priest Demi saying, take me, take me. and jumping out the window. That face that, you know, I mean, it's startling, and in the context of 2022, it's not that tremendous. But in the late 70s, it was like, oh Jesus, fucking Christ, get me the fuck out of here, kind of thing. Yeah.
I found the sequels enjoyable too.
Yeah, they were kind of a letdown at first, but as you let a little bit of time happen, and of
I
course,
remember that scene where, like in the beginning, I think they're in Egypt or something like that, and then they zoom out, and all these crosses are upside down, and people are being crucified. I was like, "What the shit is this?"
and those shots are always within the first, I don't know, minute and a half,
Just
right?
that weeping shot, and it's like,
Right. And see, in the first one, I remember when they let that shit out of the tomb, right? And then the sun is setting behind the tomb, and then they go for this really, really long shot. So the depth of field is, absolutely gone. And these dogs start fighting as the energy, it's supposed to illustrate the evilness being let out, and it's sort of surrounding everything. And these dogs just start, and I go, holy shit, the rest of the movie's going to be like this. I don't know. I don't know if I can hang. But the rest of the movie was a different kind of horrific. But I'm always a little bit more interested in subtle horror than I am, pea soup blorps and that kind of thing.
yeah, I think I'm gonna watch the rest of them. I'm trying to figure out which sequel it was that had the upside down crosses on it.
I think it was like the second one, the one with George C. Scott.
They were in. It was the dude who had his face, and it's like decaying while he's alive.
Hmm. Let me see if I can figure this out.
Let's see, because most of the searches come up with the upside down walk down the steps.
Right. The Lee J. Cobb plays the cop, and okay, so we've got 1973 and
Yeah.
77, 1990, 2004, and 2005. So um, Reagan isn't in it, right? It's
I don't remember the names.
okay.
The Exorcist, the beginning, I think it is. So let's see. In the beginning.
Oh, okay, so the 2004. Let me look at this cast.
Bruce,
Skarsgård. Okay, Skarsgård. Yeah. Let me see. Let me see. And then Adoramo is in it. God, I'm gonna have to watch this one. I like Skarsgård. He's gotten pretty old and melty since his, Girl with a Dragon Tattoo. I'm a sexy writer.
Oh yeah, I remember that movie. People raved about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was not bad. That whole series. It really perpetuated a type of woman heroic figure that we had been missing, this stone cold punk chick,
Oh, fuck! I found it. Okay, yeah, 2004, the opening scene. I was like, "What the shit is this?" I was like, "It's one of those things where you realize people have to really like. Can you imagine like they're writing it down and somebody's reading the script? All right, let's turn over page 4. Upside down crucifixes as long as the eye can see. Okay. At what point? At what point does sacrilege become NC-17? You know?
But see, that's it, and within the context of movies about exorcism, they're always under a heavy layer of Catholicism, yet outside of the Christian context, none of it really matters. And so if you're going to tell the story, tell the story. And sacrilege is part of it. It's like the in the beginning of The Exorcist, in the book, and they did show this in the movie, but it was not as graphic. The private parts of a priest in the mouth of, I mean, it was sacrilege. It was sacrilege, and that's part of it. So you know you can't have any sacra without the outer, the non sacra. And so if you've got anything that's attacking the status quo of whatever you designated as sacred or within your circle, you're going to have to deal with that. And so, wasn't there another movie here recently that really and I'm sure that the upcoming movies, the movies that are in development about scandals and so are really going to have to go there.
So I'm reading about the cross of Saint Peter. In Christianity, it is associated with the martyrdom of Peter the Apostle.
Mm-hmm.
The symbol originates from the Catholic tradition that when sentenced to death, Peter requested that his cross be upside down, as he felt unworthy of being crucified in the same manner as Jesus.
Right.
Whoa.
Right, and so it becomes an anti symbol, and that's why when you're dealing with exorcism, you have to have the context of Catholicism, because they're counter supporting each other entirely.
So they did take it from reality, or at least canon, let's say.
Well, yeah. In fact, it was The Exorcist was sort of famous for having been based on a real story. And so if you're at all grounded in Catholicism and the order of exorcism, as it is in the prayer book, you understand that just even the hoops that have to be jumped through before anyone will call it an infestation or a possession or whatever. And so, other religions, I'm sure, have methods for dealing with an imbalance between the energies, and whether you want to call that crazy town, or do you want to call it angels and devils, or say even look at it within the a more Asian context, a more Buddhist context. It's light and dark, and these other sort of binary takes on stuff. So The Exorcist set the bar because it's based on a true story. So the rites that had to have been pronounced during the exorcism, and then the gates that they had to go through in order to get permission to do it, because you can't just do an exorcism. I know on the television shows, paranormal and so forth, there are a lot of self proclaimed priests of Saint Michael, the archangel, who is the soldier of Christ, and all this business. I mean, when you start looking at paranormal activity or displays of things that might not just be crazy town, you have to decide whether you want to bring that stuff into it. But if you don't believe in the efficacy of holy water, or if you don't believe in the power of prayer, I don't know that it's going to help you.
Yeah, I'm looking up. Apparently, it was this upside down crucifixion of Peter was is from Origen of Alexandria. Origen Adamantius, an early Christian scholar who was eventually tortured to death.
Right. Now, when you start looking at these early saints, especially the saints that were part of, contemporaries of their hero, Jesus, there's a whole interpretation issue. And then you start getting into the context of the Apocryphas and the Nag Hammadi texts. And you can't really look at a lot of these miracles or even saints and their doings, why they did what they did or chose to do or sacrifice themselves or martyr themselves, outside of the historical context. It's like looking at the it's like Robert Graves' volumes of the myths, right? The Greek myths. When you start looking at the historical context and how the story changes and shifts depending on, who's city councilor this week, that kind of thing, and the story that everybody wants to get behind. So everything goes through a lot of changes, especially when you're dealing with these earlier martyrs because of their palsy-walsy with Jesus.
Trying to find an original copy of his books, but it looks like he had a lot.
And the Augustinian precepts are, I don't know, I'm kind of having a hard time. I'm really stoned, and I didn't take any ginkgo biloba today, and you're reaching into some databases from a long time ago. But they have a real hard time with physicality, being human, and women, nature, right? Just nature in general. And so a lot of their precepts and a lot of their arguments, if you will, they're elegant, kind of in an old-fashioned philosophical, logical way, but they tend to sort of not be completely holistic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just looking through this thing, Peter Dispense was made. It's interesting. What makes it into canon? Because I never heard of this origin of Adamantius, but here we are.
Right, and then the whole idea of, well, just the, I don't know. I should probably shut up because I'm having a hard time reaching for some of the names. But I just will say that I've always been drawn to the sort of mystical traditions of Christianity, where I am not accepting a lecture by somebody. I'm not accepting them as an intermediary or translator, interfacer between me and God. And so I've been more interested in the sort of Gnostic idea. But I understand that Gnosticism has a sort of goth heavy instead of goth light overlay, especially as it's interpreted now. But I will say that the idea of someone being able to tell me what God is like and what I should do is just it's I feel very privileged to be able to say no. I would like to decide. I do know that there are people that can't, and they don't have enough to rub together, and they do need help, and they are sheep, and the archetype of the shepherd and the leader comes to mind. But I'm one of those people that kind of has to come up with this stuff themselves in order to be convinced, and therefore my place within the Christian church has always been troubled. When I was young, I was really interested in theology, as you can see. One of my special interests as someone on the spectrum. And so I wanted to become an Episcopal priest. And they were still arguing on whether this could be possible at the time. And so there was sort of a schism that I threw myself at, that, fuck you. And I left the church. And it's interesting, as we start to look at ourselves within, small scene or large scene, macro, micro, and, how we fit in the mesh. I can see how Christianity would be a great big relief, because you don't have to think. Someone a lot smarter than you has thought it all out. Probably a Jesuit, but that's only if you're Catholic. So it's a lot of work being a mystic, having to turn everything over and check it out. But I'd really rather be a mystic than someone who takes somebody's word for it along with the potato salad.
Eusebius claimed in his ecclesiastical history that all the apostles were martyred except for John. And Peter would have been crucified during the persecution of Nero. The apocryphal Acts of Peter is the earliest reference to crucifixion of Peter upside down.
Right. And, the Apocrypha is problematic right away. So, I feel like they're convenient stories that fit the hagiography of the saint in many cases. Now, John, the divine, was the youngest member of the apostles. So it would make sense that he would be allowed to die of old age. So yeah, you can imagine books like The Name of the Rose and all these books that are philosophical narratives that walk people through these larger um, ideas of like does God have a sense of humor, which kind of is what The Name of the Rose was about. Um, those are real basic tales, and they're so appealing, um, dangerously appealing. I can't remember any stories of Hindu, and it probably is because of my lack of exposure to the names and the languages. I know some of the archetypes, but not many. I made a big deal out of memorizing a lot of the Roman and Greek gods, archetypes, and in fact, have felt that the Roman, because they were such big tourists, um, that they're kind of like secondhand ideas of these sort of origin story Greek ideas. But I don't know. I don't want to let the air out of the room again.
No, it's fascinating. I'm literally just, I think as far as I can tell, there are fragments of people that reference the upside down crucifixion.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably go to Hot Topic and get a cross that's upside down, but I don't think anybody knows.
You're not wrong.
I don't think I am, but I don't think they know why. And that's it. And that's the thing, the richness. Now, see, I live in this area where there were pockets of people that got left alone because the Catholic Church withdrew from 1680 to about 1700. Well, about 12 years, not that long. So, what happened under the circumstances, the Catholic Church gives you permission to sort of wing it, right? You form a lay priesthood and you do what you remember and do what you can. But there were no priests, and they wouldn't come back up into this area until the Reconquest. So as a result, the Catholics here kind of got exposed to some real native flavors of stuff. And one of the big real draws were these statues and paintings of saints, and sometimes even carvings these things called bultos that are behind the altar oftentimes. But for a while there weren't even any churches, and people had their altars in their homes. So people would get involved in making saints for their altar, and it was a very folk magic activity. It was like a prayer squared, and as a result, there's a whole tradition of santeros, or um, persons who make saints here, make paintings of saints and stuff. So, for instance, you have two aspects of St. Francis. St. Francis of Assisi, we know the story more often than not that he was kind of wealthy, and he gave it all up. He gave away his earthly possessions and went and wandered around in the wilderness and became friends of the beasts and the birdies and all that. But there's also St. Francis the Penitent. And for some reason, I've forgotten why he felt the need to punish himself. But in this aspect, he holds a skull and a cat of nine tails, and he flagellates himself. And part of the whole penitente sort of wing, if you will, of the colonists that were left here by themselves.
That is deep. You've been going on and on about some deep stuff. I just wanted to say that. I only say that being bold because that may be the concentrate that is within the pipe that I'm smoking out of, but you are going deep. I just wanted to say that. Deepness. And not that it's bad, just that it's deep.
Well, I don't want to, I don't want to weird anybody out, but like I said, this stuff was part of my special interest for many years, and it still is because, I'm kind of living in the thick of it now. We've got this church that's up in the mountains that has holy dirt. People will make a pilgrimage between Good Friday and Easter to walk up there, and it is not close. I mean, it's uphill and it's a long way away to get this holy dirt on Easter and do all this stuff. And, there's all these stories that are attached to why. And, the little capella that's next door has performed miracles. The lame have walked, and so people have lined the inside of this thing with their crutches and their little baby shoes and stuff because of the story that surrounds this, and everything is magical here. If you can imagine, say, in your world literature class, the 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 most fervent and velvet lined Spanish South American writer you could ever think of, like Juan Rulfo or um, Carpentier or any of these guys, and then put it up here where it's fucking cold and menacing, and um, there's all kinds of nature spirits because the natives have been here for longer. Man, it's thick. There's a lot of stuff going on here. And so I dip back into my interests with it, and I'm trying to look at it from the point of view of someone who's investigating the paranormal, right? Because there's just so much of it here. There's so many stories and stuff. So I would love to be able to find some proof, but chances are, if I did find anything that was somewhat convincing, it could be debunked. But still, I would love to get that money shot or, capture or whatever. I have managed to get some EVPs, and I've captured some stuff, moving on camera. But, it, you know, um, there could be many, many explanations for it, but I really do think that there's a scientific explanation for it, and we just don't know what it is. And so, just like Dr. Markway said in one of my favorite spooky movies, which is The Haunting from like 1964 or something like that, he says that it's called preternatural because we just don't know, and we will eventually. But right now, it seems supernatural.
There's a place in Montreal that has a forearm of a guy named Saint Francis Xavier, and they tell you there's a forearm there, and then when you go there, there's like this old forearm, and you're like, really? Is that really the guy? How do you know it's the guy's forearm?
Right, and I mean, if you read Canterbury Tales like you were supposed to, you would know that people selling knuckle bones of Saint Housiframus just might be making it up, and they might be pig bones or whatever. But because there's good money um, in reliquary, and the more pious and gullible your audience, the more it's worth. Thinking of Gabriela Garcia Marquez and 100 Years of Solitude, and peasants getting all bent out of shape about a big block of ice and some dentures. Ooh.
I just noticed that Burberry did a project with Minecraft, I guess, today. Oh, their Minecraft stores. Interesting.
So you're talking Burberry, the brand?
Yeah, the brand. Can you imagine?
Ooh, okay, yes. Let's change the subject because it's getting a little heavy.
No, just you wouldn't think, or at least I wouldn't think. I wouldn't necessarily associate Minecraft with Burberry, but like we were talking about spatial with KC, and I was like, can we just build this in Roblox where there's people?
Yeah, that is a problem, isn't it?
I find it strangely difficult to import an FBX model into Roblox Studio.
Mm. Well, I did experience a little bit of traction there, and was getting a flow of people through some of my spaces, but it just seems like there's tumbleweeds. And I can't quite, it's certainly not for lack of trying on my part.
Did they just get taken over, Spatial?
What? Well, when you look at the clothes, you can see how Minecraft has definitely influenced the fashion. So it makes sense. I mean, it's a pretty complete brand.
Spatial is backed up by some heavy hitters.
Yeah, it is.
The founder of Zynga is an angel. The co-inventor of the Macintosh, Oh wow, Mike Krieger, the co-founder of Instagram. Mike Krieger is a smart dude. Wow.
It's an amazing platform. I went and looked at all of them that were available at the time about a year ago, and based on the features, from a year ago and how much interfacing I would have to do with the PC, that was really kind of a like not exactly a no. I ended up getting one, but if you had to have a PC in order to get an account, to get in there and monkey around and play in the sandbox, I was gonna think about it. And so that was why spatial seemed so appealing. Now, I had no idea how to deal with a custom space or anything like that, but I did um, start exploring importing them just really soon after um, investing, I guess, in my projects with spatial, because I could see the potential. And I think that that's where its success um, is it really, the limitations, I think I understand, even though I'm not much of a techie. I think I understand why they're in place, at least at this time. But the amount of leeway and creativity that those limitations sort of inspire, I guess, is the way to look at it.
Right. Yeah, constraint-driven creativity is a thing. Yes.
Yeah, and so I really feel like that has been a huge part of its growth, and I've watched it through like 3 or 4 different growth spurts over the last, I don't know, year and a couple months. So I have 50 spaces. Some of them are shit, and some of them are okay. Um, I have learned quite a bit about building in 3D, and I would imagine that people who are grounded and can build, um, like in Blender or anything like that, would really agree that it's a nice and easy space. But I think that the reason why Meta is floundering is because of the inability to bring in any kind of original content. And that's the only reason why I'm in spatial, is because of me being able to show off my stuff. Would you like to see my toy? Would you like to see what I made? Would you like to see my art? Would you want to see my NFTs? That's what it's all about for me.
Yeah, I asked KC today whether he thinks any of these metaverses will stay the way they look now once the augmented reality glasses come in.
Sorry, I had to step out there for a second.
Yeah, I'm just playing with seventh chords right now.
7 chords and the unequivocal truth.
Like, that's D major 7.
Okay, so that's an arpeggio of
Mm-hmm.
so we're
Because I find it's interesting to hear what happens like when you right, that dreaminess of it. Still understanding it.
You're missing
right.
the
It just extends the reach of the.
Mm-hmm.
that's the major pentatonic scale.
The pentatonic would be. Right, but the pentatonic doesn't include the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So doesn't include the C
There's
sharp.
there's something at the end there. It's like a 7 or a 9 or something that's going on.
So this is the pentatonic, a D major pentatonic. Right, but D major 7, it has a C sharp.
So what does that turn it into? 7. It's the 7 part.
So the 7th is, this is D major. But with the 7th,
Yeah. So it's the 7th. It's the 7th part that's the delineator between the two, right?
well, the
That last
7th
guy.
is like the half step before the octave, right?
It's a C. It's that
C
C
sharp.
note. Yeah.
Yeah, the C sharp. Right? So, but it's
That's
just,
the fucker. All right.
so I find it just interesting to see like what happens when I slightly move things around or replace notes. And I'm still understanding like the emotions of the changes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do know what you mean. There's
Fascinating, man.
Can I give you a body of work that
Mm-hmm.
explores that really well?
Mm.
Gospel music, but a certain subsection of gospel music, which usually doesn't make it to most people's understanding of gospel music because they don't stick around that long. There is a part in the when you go to like a Southern Baptist church, right? Or even like other sort of, it's definitely Protestant. The Catholic Church wouldn't touch this with a barge pole, but like on the Protestant side, and particularly the Southern Baptists, there's a point at which the pastor is like, you're coming down from like the high of collective singing, right? So people aren't singing together right now. And what's happening is the pastor is walked into the congregation and he's like, "Hola, everybody! There's gonna be a thing. It's very exciting. Yeah, listen to the tone of my voice. We're gonna lead the charge. There's gonna be a coming. There's gonna be a vision. I'm seeing awesome shit. The awesome shit's about to happen." Right, like that kind of vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Or possibly like the low energy version of that, which is like, you know, sometimes in life you have problems. And it's in those moments that the Lord can be there for you. Now you
So
gotta
yeah.
ask Him, right?
So
Like,
you gotta figure out what are you gonna do? You're gonna take that, modulate that energy up to
well,
more
so,
more mystery and more of the gates.
Well, so what's interesting about that part of like the life cycle of a congregation, like ceremony on a Sunday or wherever it is, right? Is that is the organ player in the back, and the reason that is because the organ player is not playing to a song anymore. They're looking at the pastor and they're trying to catch the vibe from the pastor, and that's not a normal musical cue. So to sort of bide the time, most of them have ended up with like chords that will like change by one note at a time. Uh, Give me 3 minutes and I'll see if I can offer a representation of this.
Yeah, see
But
if you
it's
can. But we used to call it in gospel choir. We used to call it walking music. Give me some walking music. And
that's exactly what it is. Yeah. But it's fertile soil for examining the phenomena that you're looking at there.
well, when you're dealing with harmonies and gospel music, you have your core, um, which are basically the predictable and obvious, and then you'll have the familial harmonies that will come in, which will usually be a little kind of tricky, involve some of those 13ths and sevenths and ninths that will float up to resolve, right? That kind of a resolve. So what he was laying down there, this arpeggio of what was that? A G um, major with there was what was the flavor? There was an extra flavor from the usual.
The C sharp.
Yeah. Thanks. So you have you can either go to a C that which is of course expected, but have it echo that that the intervals in the arpeggio exactly, and that will you can go up or down, and depending on whether you're taking the energy to the individual or to the collective. I would think that you would want to go collectively up and individual down. Maybe I'm wrong with that, but
Okay. How's this for a working example? Okay, notice it's always like one or two notes at a time, and it sort of allows for like an anchoring of where the vibe is, whilst allowing for like the feeling of progression and like the sort of I want to say like almost like a semi-trance like state, which it sets the
Well,
tone of progression. You know what I'm
if you
saying?
play that again, it sounded like it was in C major, and then it
Yeah.
hit a G sharp, which is not a like it landed there for a bit.
well, if he did it twice, then he meant to do it. But that's the thing is that you can modulate between anything and give your pastor the walking music, because the next song is going to be in God's key, right? Which of course is a key of G. But the tricky part is also shifting not only the key, but then the voicing of the key, because the next song might have hints of a like a minor in it, and so as you go down, you're going to have to give a little taste of what's coming, right, before the stone gets rolled away.
So if G major is, I guess the relative minor of that is E minor,
It,
which is essentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like Aeolian or some shit in G.
right. Now,
Right.
if you were dealing in flats, right, you could make those chords maybe not so straightforward. You know what I mean? Um, give them a little. Well, just get into the black keys a little bit, you know?
Black easel.
The black keys. This walking music that you talked about. I've got an app on my iPad, which is out in the trailer. I don't want to get it, but it actually you can make that walking music, and you can ask for um, whether you're going to have a triad or a four, or even a full-handed 5 chord, and just modulate between stuff. And it's full-throated, and there's synthesizers, voicings to choose from, and then standard church organ, and it's awesome for just making shit up on the fly. Something Spectrum. I can't remember. Let me see if I can find it here real quick, like in the App Store, and then I'm going to have to go. But thank you for letting me hang out and letting the air out of the room a couple of times.
I never noticed that, but it's if you go from major to relative minor, like this is G major.
Mhm. Now, if you went from there to a D, right, you've got the basic for
Yeah,
most rock and roll of a particular period, right?
yeah. See, I'm lucky because I play the steel pan and it's an arranged in the circle of fifths, so I
Mm-hmm.
have quicker access than most folks to the. You know what I mean?
Right.
That right? I don't need the staff notation because I just look at the geometry of things.
Right. Yeah. Just the relationships, and that's one of the cool things. When you're taking it away from the usual kind of keyboard spatial arrangement. One of the things that I love to do is to take some of these music piano roll MIDI and making them um, bow to absolutely impossible and outrageous instrumentation. I mean, you'd hurt your hands, right? Like bagpipe music being played on a Moog synthesizer, right? That kind of, but it has an appeal. But anyway, I'm not finding this Spectrum thing, but I think you might like it. You have an iPad, don't you?
The wifey does.
When
I'm liking this move.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you take it up from there, instead of going to the D, take it to a da, or maybe it's something else. Maybe I'm really wanting that D there. But anyway,
No, but that's kind of like I realized like you can start the G major from the, or you can start it from the. Right, so I can like invert the chord a bit and start with D G B,
mm-hmm.
right,
Yeah.
rather than
Right.
B.
And then, like an organ arrangement would really get into that B. I mean, that B would be, that would be
Yeah.
all the
See,
juice.
I'm using one hand right now, right? But if I have multiple hands, I could go like. Right. If I, you know.
Right.
So imagine the organist has 10 fingers and I have 2 mallets, right?
Yeah, exactly. The impossibility,
Oh my God. Have
of
you ever,
the frills.
if you want to see like how people, like, if you've ever watched YouTube University of like black dudes teaching music theory,
Oh yeah,
it's crazy.
yeah.
It's
And then
fucking nuts.
there's this guy who delivers these full lectures. They're like 12 minutes long about vocalists, right? Why
Nuts.
the tradition of gospel music has put out these singers, and why the new singers aren't doing it because they're not part of the whole church tradition and all of the thoroughbreding, basically, that those singers had to do, and going back and forth with video of Whitney Houston and how she straightens up and lines up her shoulders, and just it's amazing business. I'll find out the name of that application so your wife can get it on her iPad. I think you're going to have a blast
Mhm.
with it. You're probably going to end up giving yourself a lot of walking music, which is what I used to like to do with it. My little soliloquies and monofucking logs. Um, would have walking music with them sometimes. So don't encourage me, but I think that you guys could go a long way with it.
Yeah, I'm liking the inversion to start with. Gorgeous. It sounds like a lot of Engelbert Humperdinck 1980s R&B.
Oh yeah, now here you go. Here you go. Think about maybe what is that? Holly Holy, right? Do you know that song?
Don't.
Um,
Don't.
oh shit, you would love this. Um, it's not Engelbert Humperdinck. Neil Diamond. Oh yeah, you're gonna love it. It's got everything that you could ever want, and a side order of schmaltz. All right, good night. I feel better. Thank you for letting me come in and talk and be all hurt, but for a minute, just for a minute. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. What a sweetheart. Yeah. I can theory, but like Rosetta Stone speed, you know.
That's how it starts. Oh, love it. Yeah, it's still a mystery to me, these small movements. It's simple, but man, it's been a lifetime.
I find it's what I like about it is that it's the human state of awareness is such a delicate creature, right? Beast, rather. Creature is too generic. It's very much a beast thing. Uh, it's more mammalian,
I think
right?
the mark of the beast is the tritone, I guess.
Oh yeah, yeah. A good one. Uh, um, there's this thought experiment that I crafted a while back, which was like, what would happen? I think I may have mentioned this in our rooms before, but it was like, what would happen if you took the sort of emotive compass of all of the Disney movies, right? And then took the emotional equivalent of a 180 on that emotional compass and transposed that into the music behind it, right? Sort of rewrote all of the Disney movies to have the same stories, but sort of the backing tracks and the soundscapes would be the sort of musical version of a 180, right? And you raised a child with that sort of tonality infrastructure. Would that child feel like the happy birthday song wasn't that happy? Would they listen to a sad song and think it was happy? I don't know, because I don't know how much of it is nature versus nurture. But it is an interesting experiment.
Yeah, when you like first start discovering like all of these like Egyptian scales and stuff like that, you'd be like, are these people's ears different than mine?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like a Phrygian scale probably doesn't sound like Egyptian to Egyptians.
Right. It just seems it's like a French toast. It's just toast in France.
Right. A royale with cheese.
I just got a light banning for telling Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene she should jump off a fucking cliff.
Is that the blockchain lady?
No, that's the fucking Republican lady who believes that Trump is Superman and that the election was stolen.
So you disagree that the election was stolen?
I disagree that Marjorie Taylor Greene should be allowed to continue living. I've decided that I'm going to be blunt from now on when I think people should fucking stop existing because they waste resources and it's good for society if they kill themselves.
Counterpoint. Are you okay? Whether or not that position is rational, right? Let's assume that position is rational, and that what
The bold of you to assume I'm capable of rationality. Thank you.
So let's say that you're bringing, okay, well, you're making it a sort of let's say that it's totally objective. You're making a rational sort of calculation, and you're contributing to the conversation with a rational voice, with a rational framework. We already know that the folks in question are less than rational, right? So what is the likely impact of the contribution, individually or at scale? Is it likely to change it for the better? Is it accretive or dilutive in any direction? Oh shit. Goddamn. have a suspicion that Twitter did a thing, and somebody comments here, somebody else. I may not be able to hear people.
No.
Dude,
Yeah.
my Twitter, every time my phone goes into fucking landscape mode, it kills my Twitter app.
It kills your Twitter space, right? Yeah, I have to change it to portrait only.
Anyway, I forgot it was gonna do that, so like I totally missed what fucking Ruben said, bro. I'm sorry.
I was asking, given that the parties in question are less than rational, as defined by our previously mentioned, and for the sake of argument, rational position, what is the likely impact of your for our fitness spamming my phone? Sorry. Like what is the likely impact of turning up with that comment? Do you think it's like accretive or dilutive in any particular direction?
No, I think that I think it made me feel better to type.
So it's catharsis.
Yeah.
That is an honesty I can appreciate.
Yeah. I don't think that my opinion has any impact on anything that anybody does, right? And no matter if my opinion is like just absolutely spot on or fully rational and or you know, the extreme in the other direction, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter what my qualifications are to have an opinion. It doesn't matter what my life experience is that gave me the opinion. The only thing that really matters is whether or not you had the fucking wherewithal or balls to goddamn express it, even if nobody was listening. Right? And, you know, if you do have the fucking wherewithal to say the thing, even if you know that saying the thing is going to make you look like an asshole, or like saying the thing is going to have negative social consequences, I still think that there is value in saying the thing, even if it doesn't change the circumstance of which you're speaking.
So somebody once said, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all, which I think is bullshit. I think just because somebody brings, I think the whole idea of nice in the first place is, I mean, it's a false dichotomy, right? It's totally subjective. What is nice to one is not nice to another, so on and so forth, right? That being said, okay. So that being said, I also feel as though in a scenario where there is like a window of potential action, and the options are say something, don't say something, and if you are going to say something, say something in support, say something that's neutral, say something that's negative, blah blah blah. For me, I am reminded of the words. It feels to me like a couple of conflicting narratives. One is like the obstacle is the way, right? And so where some might say, "Oh, here's an opportunity of conflict. I should give them the finger and tap out, right?" And then and sort of demonstrate, sort of lead by example, right? For those who perhaps might have similar positions, but may sort of fail to sort of have the guts to contribute, right? And I think there's some value in that. But then there's this other part of me, which I'm reminded of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who said, "Fight for what you believe in, but do so in a way that leads others to join you." And it's a little bit like the spoonful of sugar vibe, right? I remember a conversation that I had with an old white dude 3 months into America. It was 10 years ago, and I was at a literal rodeo, which of course we don't have in New Zealand. Sheep, different vibes with sheep. You try to ride a sheep, you're gonna have a bad time. You're either gonna have a bad time, or you're gonna have a boring time. Either way, it's not great for entertainment purposes. And so, but I was hanging out there, like full on cowboy, like cowboy hat, cowboy boots, like white, like Whitey McWhiterson, right? And that's cool. But we were striking conversation, and some Arabic folks passed by, and with the burqas and all the rest of it, and he was like, he made some sort of sideline comment, and I'm like, okay, he's kind of like enlisting me into like this us versus them conversation because I look like him, fuck, I have a choice, right? Like, am I like, yep, or am I like, fuck you, or like, what can I do in this moment? Now I knew that I was going to be there for like about half an hour, so I mean, I could just stay silent and like ostracize the guy, make him have weird feels. But I decided I was gonna like try to take this teachable moment. And I know that like if you start off on the wrong foot,
What's up,
sometimes it can
bitches?
be. What's up? What's up, man?
So
We're talking
I
about.
should say it like that. What's up, bitches?
What's up, interrupting fellow? Now continue, Ruben.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were actually talking sense. It sounded
You're
nonsense. Sorry.
Fuck.
No, listen, it's okay. I'm good to chat with. Hurls messaged me and he said, "Oh, make sure you come in the space." And he just started being a dickhead because he doesn't like the person who's hosting the space. He wants to take over. So I'm putting Hurls out in front of the bus. He can deal with it now. So happy to be here, good guys.
Well, that is very forward of you, Nate. I appreciate your candor. Any interest in hearing the back off, or would you be perhaps like to be brought up to speed on this weird ass story that I'm telling?
No,
it's a short story.
I'm pretty up to date because Hills has messaged me on the backhand every side. I'm cool. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I think you have a great. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Well, so TLDR, I had a conversation with him. I tried to sort of like empathize with those people, right? Like, and remember this, like America isn't that old, man. Like I said, well, look, you know, I'm actually an immigrant too. I didn't come from this country, and I speak English, but like, that's not my fault. I happen to be born into an English-speaking country, and that's why I can speak it here too, right? And you know, I think about like if you can imagine putting yourself in their shoes, right? And you didn't get to have that sort of collection of information when you were born. Your parents didn't teach it to you, right? Might take a while to learn some stuff. Maybe people here do a little bit differently back to where you grew up, right? And you got to remember where these folks are coming from as well. Sometimes it's really hard where they're coming from. And you know, when you turn up, you know, just tell them the whole story and say like, by the way, like, what's your background? And then eventually, of course, turns out his ancestors are from like Ireland or somewhere, right? So like folding it back to the larger narrative. But I'm pretty sure I never would have got there if I had started off with a fuck you. You know? What do you think about that?
I have one question, but I'm happy to wait for other questions for other people before
It's
them.
open space, dude. What's going on?
I have a question. What the fuck is wrong with Australians?
Sorry, we missed that, Genesis.
I said my question is what the fuck is wrong with Australians?
Oh, that's a much longer conversation. Much longer conversation. Yeah. In fact, the length of that conversation is indicative to the degree at which, you know,
you laugh. You laugh at a random sentence, which doesn't make any sense. So that's cool. You're welcome to be part of an engagement of understanding. You might be a different space. You might not be. Are you the unicorn, strong mind, non-structure men and women? Is am I right? Is that you?
Two questions: who you're talking to, and
you
talking about.
Okay, and what was the question? Am I? Did I hear unicorn and strong mind, or am I mishearing that?
No, you're not. You're not mishearing that. I could be completely a little bit wrong. But there is a environment of an individual that focuses on either like a strong mindset which is universal from a movement being. If not, that's okay.
Are you like holding a Scrabble bag full of like pieces of paper with words on them and getting a handful out.
Okay, first
all
of all,
those.
let's give him some room. Okay, fuck it. Fuck me for a second. I've just been talking. Go ahead, Genesis.
Well, it
No,
sounds like Homeboy here just wrote down every word he knew how to spell and put them all in a
yeah.
and is grabbing
No,
handfuls of those words.
I've got
Hold
it.
up.
I've got it. My Scrabble's full. It goes MUM. Can you spell?
Hey, Nate, and
Yes, yes, sir.
Genesis. I have a theory here about Nate's
Yes, sir.
contribution, and I'm curious as to whether or not I'm right or not. It sounds like Nate is referring to like a label that some folks have written around, like a bunch of ideas around, and they've labeled a thing like an idea set unicorns and another idea set strong mind, and it's a thing that I'm unfamiliar with, but maybe he is either that or he's drunk. I'm picking like 20% drunk vibes, maybe,
Yeah.
but maybe
He's
there's some other
Australian.
weird shit that he's into that we
Australian.
just
He's
unfamiliar with. How we doing, Nate? Is that about right?
You're about 15% right. I have had 2 drinks. I've had some nice food, ready for bed. But lying in bed right now. Just engaging in conversation with like-minded individuals.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Well, the difference is you have a very strong aspect of points, of names, of people, that say this is what's supposed to be, this is what we're to believe, this is what we're supposed to be doing. But
Like hit your head on your way here.
He was asking if he was Mike and Allie.
Mike and Allie?
The unicorn and the strong-minded woman is what I heard. The person that talks from the right, both accounts, or that was what I heard. Because you know Mike and Allie talk from the same unicorn account?
Fuck, man. This is confusing as hell.
Okay, then I was wrong.
what?
No,
you're not wrong.
I don't know.
You're
We
not
don't know
wrong.
because Nate hasn't told us. What's going on, Nate?
Yes.
Can you break it the fuck down? Can you like Eli 5 that shit for us? Pretend we're 5 years old. Can you just try one more time?
Yeah, okay. So the awareness aspect with the people that directly involved in the conversation, environmentally so, depending on what you're discussing, is an environment with how you believe and how you're sharing with people, right? You don't just make friends over 1 or 2 spaces. There are spaces, individuals that agree with the same aspect where you believe to follow through. And when you meet new people, then it's whether or not they fit the right mold for your spaces and within your group.
So you're talking about like echo chambers and hive minds, yeah?
Hive minds is a good point, yes, sir.
Or like
Wow, I was way
tribalism,
off.
where like
I'm sorry.
people sort of reinforce their ideas, and we all agree, so let's all hang out together, and then all of a sudden we end up saying the same stuff, and we end up in like one weird little sort of tribal offshoot, right?
Well, it depends when you understand a hive mind and whether or not you have a singular perpetual mindset that's controlling the hive, or whether you not now have beautiful minds that are asking questions. And that's what's really important. That's what's really important.
In front of me, Nate, I would pee on your plate.
Genesis, it's so good to see you again.
I'd probably sting you, and I think the rest of my mini queen bees will probably sting you, and we'd wish you all the best. And we would be very thankful for your service. We'd hide you into the honey, and you would probably be the most distasteful, salty honey that people put out. But that's okay. I thank you for that.
If I here's a crazy thought. Based on the last 5 minutes, okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this is to the extent that there's any degree of consistency in this space and or the spaces around the same community, I would say it's almost characterized by divergent thinking. Do you think that would be a fair statement?
Divergent thinking?
Divergent thinking.
Right. So you would allow me to project my thoughts and being differential to what's actually happening? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm
I
saying that we have so far. I don't see any reason why not. I mean, there are
Yeah,
sort of
that's cool.
overarching
Makes
guidelines, right?
sense. Of course. And overarching guidelines are based on perpendicular people's responses and whether or not they make sense to you within your environment and whether or not you would decide that makes sense for you, right?
I swear to God, if I have to listen to any more of this fucking word salad, I'm gonna blow my fucking brains out.
Cool.
Jesus fucking Christ! I fucking come back to Twitter for one fucking day and I have to listen to this stupid shit.
That's cool. There's no need to be so aggressive about something that you question. It's
I don't.
important.
How can I question? You're not saying anything that has meaning, so there's nothing
What
to.
what meaning would you like? What are you looking
I
for?
use words that make sense in a fucking sentence. That would be good.
There's a lexicon delta here. Like you just might have to like peel a couple layers back. I understand both of your positions for what it's worth.
It's important not to swear and curse.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Nate. Eat a fucking fat bag of fucking dicks, bitch. How about those curse words?
Not very good.
I don't like it when people please my fucking. At least my sentences make.
We have a hand up, sir. We have a hand up.
This also has it says so you energy this conversation. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I just wanted to say, nice to see you both again, Ruben, Genesis. How are you guys doing? And Nate, I guess. How are y'all doing this evening?
Genesis?
I fucking hate this place. I don't know why I come here.
Yeah, I feel that way too sometimes. Ruben?
I am ambivalent as a form of discipline. Yeah.
It is. That's very true.
Oh, it's a shame we lost Genesis. Genesis is a sensitive soul, my guy. It's crazy. Like he's so fucking smart and he's so aggressive. But I really feel like he wouldn't be like. It's weird to see that degree of sensitivity in somebody who's so palpably aggressive. You know.
I don't think like palpable aggressiveness is different from passive aggressiveness from a eloquent aspect of understanding. I feel this is a new group for me. I've been invited in. I'm very thankful for it, but there's a lot of aggression here, which I don't feel there needs to be the aggression for. Right? We can think about, we can discuss, we can be available for each and to others, especially with the other thinkers that are part of the space that aren't talking and not thinking about being aggressive too, but how can we be fundamentally in the framework aspect where we can help and build?
That's a lovely thought.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say hi to E. I see you in the audience. Good to see you here.
Well, happens. Some passive aggressiveness, some stages.
That was like aggressiveness. I'm not really sure that counts as passive.
Well, I'm not aggressive. I'm
not
aggressive
you. No, I did. Nate, I didn't. I'm sorry. I was directed not at you.
No. Hey, Rich. Hey, everyone. Nice to see you again, Ruben. Nice to meet you, Nate. I'm just emotionally drained from the day, and honestly, the month of October leading up to Halloween. Man, so much goes on.
Is this TCAT?
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah.
Again?
Am I aggressive?
Have you met before?
A couple times, different spaces. Always finds itself way through small elements. It's okay. He's all right. He's a nice enough guy.
Oh yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah, he's a nice enough guy.
I'm just trying to figure it out over here. Enjoying it through the process. Each little moment is something to accept and admire rather than just trying to always think about the big picture and the direction you want to go. Kind of like,
Wait,
Well,
can we get back to fighting for a moment?
Fuck you. Shut your
My
fucking face. So you,
No?
all right? If we wanted your
no,
opinion, we'd ask for it. Do you understand?
no fighting here. No fighting here. Love
Let me
and
bring up
passion.
Casey. Casey's pretty good at bringing up divisive comments and then leaving.
Okay, well, stop.
The last time Casey was
Stop.
here, he's like,
Stop.
"What do you think about church and
Stop.
state?" And it's like,
Stop. We have a couple of people here. We're enjoying ourselves. We're just having a good conversation with
so you
direct
don't want
flow.
to fight?
No, I don't want to fuck. I don't want to fight. And if you put me in a position where I have to, then I'll just have to ask the host.
so you want to, you're just hungry and horny.
No, I don't.
That's his kink. He says what he's really trying to say is that he wants to fuck, but like part of that kink is to ask the host. He's he's a sub. I appreciate that. I get it.
Who's asking the
Wait, what's a
question?
sub?
A sub is somebody
honey.
controlled. A sub is somebody controlled by what looks like a being, but it's not. It's an AI structure which is followed through with an instruction of belief, which is supposed to react and then can stop. And
I
then
think
you
you're
have a
talking about a
follow through.
meatball sub.
No, I'm not. No. I work very well with AIs. Are you?
Sorry, I
And
didn't
where are you
hear that
based?
word.
Yeah, where are you based?
I'm in the Canada.
You're in Canada. Okay, and where's your home?
Oh, in Ontario, close to Toronto.
Okay, and your base.
Like my sacral base. What do you mean?
Where do you come from?
Oh, my parents are from Guyana, but I was born here.
No. Where do you come from? Stop happens. The click is what happens. It's okay. What happens now is you have a lot of people engaging with AI information, and that's cool. It's gonna happen more so now.
I think I understand what Genesis meant by the fact that you were saying a bunch of words like Scrabble. I understand now. I might not always agree with the emotion of Genesis, but sometimes we're often on the same page about the observations. Love you, Nate.
I get it. It comes down to to patience, value structure. So I'm used to being that, right? Like having immigrated a couple of times, and one, I'm a fucking nerd, and I didn't start with social skills, right? I was like outcast for a long time before I learned how to talk like a fucking person. And two, I remember living in Japan for a year, and holy shit, man, when you don't have a lot of words, but there's no English people around, so you need to communicate, and you need people to be
shit.
Right. And so I was so grateful and thankful for people who were willing to stumble through my bullshit that I developed a profound empathy for those who had non-standard lexicons.
By the way, Ruben, if you ever want to just continue talking over Nate, I can still hear everything you're saying. I've gotten used to being able to listen to three conversations.
Am I not
so
muted?
if you're not done, you could just keep talking. I can hear everything you're saying.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought I was muted. I absolutely had no idea. I'm so sorry.
Don't back away from your actions like that. Come on,
I had
it.
no
own
idea.
It, Nate.
I had no idea.
See, here's the thing. You gotta be able to own it, Nate. You gotta be able. Don't just shy away from your opinions. I know you're stronger than that.
Well, let me tell you
either
something.
way, Ruben, I can hear what you're saying, and I know you can hear me. Go ahead, Rich.
Am I in an environment where I'm able to speak like that, or whether I'm not, I have to hold myself back?
You had the drinking thing. That's why it's hard for me to understand you. Rich, go ahead.
I just wanted to welcome Casey to the stage.
Hey, Casey.
What's up, fellas?
Are you sober? Okay,
unfortunately, yeah.
We're just having some good times with Nate. He's from Egypt. We don't really meet that many people
from the UK.
Egypt. Yeah, that's a place in Egypt. You get all the names from Egypt, right? It's welcome to have you. It's good to have Africa. It's good to have Africa here. Sorry, Ruben, you were talking about like being forced to express yourself where you might be wanting for a dictionary. How'd you get over that?
Slowly. And through the patience of others.
The patience of others is a big thing. I don't think we realize how people are patient for us in the moment. You know what I mean? Like, I realized I must have sounded like an idiot when I was talking to my bosses when I was 21 about my grand ideas about how the world was. They just looked at me without calling me an idiot, even though I was fucking out to lunch. About that? Press the wrong button.
Oop, there we go. Sorry. Don't you love it when deep down you can feel the words emanating from the look? Like the person looks at you and you're just like, oh, I totally understand and shit. Sorry, T. Kath. Sorry, didn't mean to talk over you.
How do we say your name, by the way? Is it T. Kath? Kath?
Keith.
No,
Keith.
it's like a that. Definitely has a lisp. 100%.
I read it as Takath.
It sounded kind of Welsh for a second.
Takath.
Oh.
J-Hitch. Just more a hitch. Oh, wait, that's Gaelic.
No.
Hold on. I missed on that one.
I just wanted to input. I've lived in countries where I didn't speak a lick of the language, and you know,
you ended
body
up
language.
In this group. Yeah,
body
you
language
ended up
is
in a group. Yeah, never mind. But look, next time.
Okay. By the way, if you get interrupted, I can still hear what you're saying. Just keep talking.
Okay, yeah. Body language is a very powerful tool. It helps you really define what you mean, and it can exude confidence, or it could be very, very, very closed off.
Yeah, and guess what? Understanding how you speak as a spouse, as an individual, what you explain out your mouth is so important for what you believe and your understanding with the reality that you live. Grow a fucking pair of balls and own
It kind of reminds me the Nate affectation kind of reminds me of Ali G a bit. If Ali G was from Egypt. Keep talking, Nate. I want to hear it again.
It's so easy. It's so easy. Just own your environment, your reality.
It is, Ali.
It's so easy.
That's fantastic.
Easy. You just own it. You grow a pair of balls, man.
I think I probably would like to disregard and I apologize for saying grow a pair of balls. That would be an extenuation of conversation that I wouldn't when I brought up
it's
with.
Kind of like Ali B's nephew or something.
And I apologize if that has gone against different things.
I would have ramped it up.
We only knock down doors here.
I don't know, I can't hear anybody.
Nice.
Can we do one at a time?
I would have ramped it up a little bit and throw on doesn't make you horny, baby. Do a little bit of something like that in there, and I think you're working with something.
I want to send Nate an Ali G transcript and get him to read it. I want to see. Hold on. Let me find a transcript.
No.
That would be amazing. In the house.
Send it over.
That's what it was called.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Hold on.
But let's not just take away from the conversation. So you send that.
Let's not take away from the conversation.
let's let others speak.
You wouldn't want to take away from the conversation.
Not
for me, but for others.
Anywho, real quick.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
go ahead,
Thanks, Nate.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Dan's gonna have a meltdown when he adds that 0 to the scaling on his spatial.
Who's Dan?
Dan floats through Floozy speak. We've been doing a lot of monkeying around in spatial and trying to push the boundaries of what it can do. And I don't know where Dan got this environment from, but I want more.
To what level?
10 max. Until it starts disappearing off the grid because it's so big. That's what we're looking for.
It's so small.
It's as big as it gets. Unfortunately,
No.
it's
The larger it gets, the smaller it gets. The quantum, as it engages itself, the smaller it
Oh,
gets.
you do like to just throw words together, don't you? I'm gonna call you the
That's
vernacular
No.
goulash. The vernacular
see,
goulash.
this is what
This
Genesis noted.
is
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me do it. Let
it's
me do a
it's
deep dive on
science.
this.
It's
Okay, so you're saying the
science.
bigger it gets, effectively the smaller
Yeah.
it becomes. So as
The
I make the
larger it
environment bigger,
gets, yeah. Continue.
then you're saying how are you correlating the inverse? Where how?
Well, you need a direct inverse association to directly argument whatever you're looking at, right? So,
Okay, but then
are
there's
you
the
talking?
fractal
Are you?
differential,
Yeah.
Well,
where
because
you need
it's
to
all
Fractals.
ask
perspective
yourself
based.
how
Wait,
am I
wait,
not
wait, wait,
myself.
wait. It's
Fractals
all
good. Fractals good. Somebody mentioned fractal. Who said fractals?
not me.
Okay, so
Somebody said
Ruben.
fractals.
that's the Ali G script Nate at the top. Do you think man will ever walk on the sun? Can you say that from?
No, not in a like ever. Like you wouldn't even get close to the sun.
No, but
The
just can you say that sentence? Do you think man will ever walk on the sun?
No, I would possibly wouldn't say that just in case I'm being recorded. So
You are
no,
being
thank you.
recorded. Can you say that? Do you
Yes.
think man will ever walk on the sun?
Do I think
One
men would
time
ever
when
walk
me
on the
was
sun?
high, you sold me car for like 24 chicken McNuggets. Yo, these Ali G quotes are
Do,
amazing.
do you think I've ever wondered these states of recordings?
So how many springs in a actual basketball?
What for one for let's do science now. Physics for what we're led to believe. So you have one basketball, right? All of us have one basketball. You have
How
one
many
net.
springs in it?
How many springs in a basketball for each of you to have a beautiful three shot? Gravity is part of the question. Let's
But how many
go.
springs?
We don't have springs in a basketball.
How
Everything
does
is to
it
do
bounce then?
with it doesn't bounce. You can have. It depends where you are. Depends on the compressed air. Who's asking the question? This is a bollocks
I'm asking
question.
the question.
Who's
If there
asking the
ain't
question?
springs in the ball,
Let's go.
how does it
Okay.
bounce?
No spring in a ball, in a basketball. You're asking a group-wide environment. You're asking if there's no spring in a ball. You understand that the basketball is just air pressure. You understand that, bro?
What is there in this room? How come you that bouncing?
Because if I was bouncing, I'd be fucking bouncing on your fucking head, bro. Because you're talking shite, my bro. You fucking need to fucking ask your mother how to talk about what mean
You
and
are.
understanding. Yeah, you fucking heard me, bro. You fucking shut your mouth. You're talking shite. You're talking fucking real shite. Let's try it again. Hang on. I'm bringing myself down. Right? So we got myself, right? We got myself. I'm a pressurized ball. Who's gonna push it down? You? Okay, you push it down. Okay, I bounce. I'm up. I'm in an environment now. What would I do? What would you do if you controlling the ball? What would you do?
Am I in your environment?
Nothing, bro. You got fucking no chance. You got no clue about physics, bro. Fucking sit down, relax, close your eyes, do whatever you gotta
In
do.
which environment should I be closing my eyes?
You're asking me. You're asking me to do something, a bouncer. Like a multitude of different aspects. I'm asking you what you're looking for. It's different from a bouncing ball.
My eyes are closed.
Don't start.
I'm listening now.
No, I see you. I got you. I'm not gonna fucking do this.
That was
You're
amazing.
welcome. Yeah, that's
That was
cool.
amazing.
I'm happy with physics. Physics is cool, man. Physics is great. It's boring when you talk to people that don't know physics. Like, what do you want to do? Or just chat? If you want to chat,
I'm about to start singing because this is just ridiculous. Ridiculous, I tell you.
Ridiculous. Yeah, cool. Nice. Good for you. I'd do the same.
Nate, you'd make a mom cry. I'm just saying.
Oh, no. They don't cry. They're very, how would you say, plausible with like hands clapping and stuff. It's cool. It's nice. I'm very thankful for the internet. Very thankful for the way I work. Very thankful that my family is able to engage and enjoy everything on top of it. You ask me a question I disagree with, I'll leave you guys to it. If not, we'll engage. Why not? How to make money? How do you make money right now?
With your voice.
With my voice? Bro, nobody wants my voice. I'd love to be able to sing. Honestly, I would love to be able to sing, but when I've tried to sing, people have said to me, "Oh, do you have roadworks next to you?" Like, no, that was my singing voice. I think, oh, that's so bad. Never sing ever again. It's okay. No problem.
They called me Tone Deaf Tommy.
Tone Deaf Tommy. They call me non-ENate. You know, happens. Some things we can't control. And it's okay. But also at the same time, we can all be in an environment where, you know, we're enjoying each other's company, or if we're not, fine, but we're not being aggressive, right? Do what we have to do, enjoy your
Now,
environments,
how do you
whatever.
define aggressive?
How do I
Aggressive behavior. How do you define that?
How do I define aggressive behavior?
What you said.
I define aggressive behavior with men and women, everything, right?
No, I think it's an overbearing state or overreaching, like taking more than what is like viably control. Like you can't control what you're taking. That's when you get aggressive.
No, I think the dispersion of understanding is slightly different.
Wait, isn't that more his inability and frustration versus what aggression actually is?
Yeah, but it's like overtaking
be.
that substance will cause that aggression, you know, because it's mismanaged and not manageable.
Yeah.
But that's still a trigger to it. But what is it? Is it a raised voice tone? Is it slanderous speak? Is it telling somebody to go suck a dick? Is it, what is it?
Well, I think you've just opened up an opportunity there for me to explain what the possibilities could be. Each and every environment of how you are, or the people are speaking about here, and
What about if you get kicked out of a space? Do you consider that to be an aggressive maneuver or a neutral maneuver?
Well, I would think it would be based on the person that is discussing an environment of introduction of awareness.
So you would place it more in the neutral category.
Oh, sorry. As an experiment, I removed him from speakers and added him back.
I mean, it's a neutral maneuver. There's no heightened sense of aggression. It's just a lack of.
Mm-hmm. Did that feel like aggression, Nate? How does it feel? Welcome to the Squarespace Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice featuring Ali G. Haven't heard about Ali G in a long time. Seems less street and more sedated. I guess I would say.
My invention?
Yes, please.
It's an overboard.
You're getting good. Well, I guess you don't have to get good at it. It's just impersonating friends you used to know.
Is it because I black?
I'm not allowed to laugh at that.
All right, I got a new one. What is something that everybody needs?
A hug?
It's ice cream. Now, what is the problem with ice cream?
The brain freeze?
It gets on your hands and it gets well sticky. So, the answer is
your mother.
An ice cream glove.
Ice cream glove? Who has an ice cream glove, bro? Whoever has ice cream glove.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's the untapped market, innit?
Man, it's an untapped market. Are you gonna get like one of the fucking oven mitts in your hand?
No.
Hey,
We take
don't touch it.
We
Don't
take a
touch it.
waffle
It's oven.
cone and we make it in the form of a mitt.
Yes.
Yes. Right. It's an edible
Fuck
glove.
the waffle, bro.
The waffle glove.
In the UK, we don't have no waffle cones, bro. We got fucking no.
Yeah, you're
We're a
missing
third
out,
world
man.
country. What do you expect? That's like I'm sorry.
All right, let's play a game then, boys. Well, go on.
Yo, y'all got fish and chips.
You mind if I come back in like 20 minutes? I got a couple of spaces. I got to jump in and come back. Is that be all right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Please come back. You can co-host with me.
No, I wouldn't possibly co-host.
How's it feel? You're now co-host.
Not like strange.
Oi, does it feel prestigious?
Prestigious. How did it feel to be co-host?
Prestigious is what you meant to say. And in actual fact, what happened is the man who is in charge of the space just mocked me and my availability. So that's cool. I don't need to be co-host. No, thank you. I will not do that again. It was rude. It was rude. It was disrespectful. It was passive aggressive. No, thank you.
I mean, you're not wrong. Spade to spade.
Yeah.
I wanted to close the gap between passive aggressive accusation and actually being passive aggressive. So I removed him when he said that, and now I added him to co-host and then removed it. Just like there's no reason to any of this. Isn't it interesting when people say, "Oh, I have to go to another space"? It's like, well, thanks. We're not.
I've never met somebody who is committed to like a Dadaist type vibe, like it's sort of like real time nihilist performance artist. I can think of very, very few people.
The Lunk crowd with Sephi and the guy who calls himself, I think, the coach, Bruce or something like that. They are doing that on the regular. And it's raw. It is raw.
Yeah, you need a certain kind of mind to play in that space. Sometimes I have it, sometimes I don't. But like, yeah, it's hard to keep up in that space. It's real. It's super fucking fluid. It's interesting.
Super
it can
fluid.
get
That's a
tiresome
great.
after a while as well. You know.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Yeah, I was just agreeing with you. Super fluid is a great way to say that, and I can only take so much.
which is why I think it's interesting with Soyu, because like the rigor at which he sort of indexes into it implies a level of discipline, and discipline is not a characteristic I would normally associate it with that crowd, but it's super consistent. Case in point, Exhibit A.
I'm such an asshole. I keep adding Nate to speaker to co-host, remove from co-host, back to listener, adding speaker.
Yeah, well, we've been watching. We've been here
I've done
too.
that
So
about 3 or 4 times. I guess the other space wasn't as interesting. We have good spaces, man. People come back.
I've not been able to leave yet.
Back down to listener. Spring back up to speaker. Yeah, the experiment right now is to see just how much you can do this, really. You know, to go through the
What's
cycle.
the max?
I can do it all
break
night.
the
I can
system.
do it all night. 100%.
Okay, let's do it. Let's keep doing it.
Okay, let's go.
Just work it
This will be
till
fun.
it breaks. Work it till it breaks.
It's kind of like a little function. Well, the idea is that, Skinner said intermittent rewards delivered at intermittent intervals is the most addicting thing. So I'm thinking about that in that context.
And just putting them on the fast train. Wow.
It's interesting, right? Because where the intermittent rewards come in is when you leave the co-host for 2 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, or change it immediately. Like that variability in the feedback. Right? There we go.
and
All
the
right,
velocity too.
Velocity is important, yeah. Nate, co-host. Sorry, Ali G in the house. What's up? Went on a little power trip there, didn't you?
I was just about to say, he's finally trying to grab the controls. There we go.
Well, the thing is, like, I left it. This is the intermittent intervals part where you, instead of immediately removing from co-hosts, you kind of lengthen it out a bit. Right? This is where you change the variability in the intervals. Go ahead, Ali G.
I don't think this is cool for anybody else. This is so strange. Can we just like take this offline where we
so much.
Maniacal. Just maniacal.
Is it? Is it? Look at your profile picture. You're calling me maniacal.
No. It is maniacal. No. I was tempted to say Machiavellian, and then I realized that Machiavellans have self-interest.
Hey,
and
I'm
purpose.
co-host. Shut your mouth. I'm co-host.
Go ahead, Ali G. What do you got for us?
Boring. Next. It's more fun doing this.
It is fun doing this, right?
Yeah, this is way more fun than people talking. You cancel me so I can come back and find you.
No, you're not canceled.
This is boring.
No, but we were talking about the physics. Remember?
What type of physics, John?
You know what I mean? So there's it's a different experience every time. And to your point, Ruben, you're right. At least Machiavelli had self-interest. This is just self-flagellation. To Melody's point.
The focus of physics is different, right? So, okay, enjoy your game, Ness. That's cool. As you do. If you don't want to discuss, and if people aren't here available that would like to discuss,
See, instead of going to the co-host round, we just went to the speaker-listener round. You gotta change it up. Keep it interesting. The other weird thing is, as you're transitioning from listener to speaker to co-host, sometimes you can't hear what's being said. Right? So there's like these pockets. You know what I mean?
It's like a 5-day window.
Oh man, today was a lot of fun. I had a great time today. We should do more games like this.
What's the game? What were the highlights?
The game is like, how upset can you get someone after they've shown that they don't care about how you feel?
Stop fucking
Right?
minimizing my speak then, because it's important.
We need to hear what you're saying. That's why I'm inviting you to co-host. You should have the
Terrible
floor.
human being. Everybody in this room is a terrible human being.
Look, you're right beside my face, so like technically it's me and you, Ruben. For the record.
I'm not saying that
Sorry.
I'm not a terrible human being.
Sorry.
I'm
No, it's my fault.
bringing you down to my level.
Right, let's do everything together. Everybody close their eyes. Everybody close their opinions and understand what their life would possibly be like within a deep breath in and deep breath out. Nothing changes. Wow! Welcome to meditation, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing fucking works with meditation. You got a way stronger aspect to do with it. Did you feel strong? Did you feel with it?
All right, so that was a bit longer.
I mean, I feel for the guy, but at the same time, like, no space for actual constructive conversation.
You understand, right? So once people
Hey.
have shown that they're not interested in others, then it's like, okay, I've turned enough cheeks. Let's just have some fun at this point.
Play and turn. Play and turn. It's different than that. To enjoy it. Do we have a space with people who would like to play
You know what,
and turn?
Casey? Maybe we can try this thing where we have, you know how we have the conversation on top of the conversation? I want to experiment with that
We
a bit
can
more.
do that. That's
Yeah,
fine.
can we try that?
Yeah, I feel like a lot
Okay,
of spaces
so
go through
yeah.
that. It's like really insane because
So with
like no
spatial,
one
are
will
you
have.
worried that the error is going to keep
Wait, no,
reoccurring?
I'm
Yeah, of
not.
course. I
That's
mean,
cool.
like people don't have time to like process the information, and
That's
then
cool.
next
Yeah,
thing you know,
absolutely. That's cool.
Well,
That's cool.
TCAT has been silent this whole time, and I was kind of hoping to
I-
get engage him a little more in the conversation.
yeah,
And
I hope you.
I don't know
I
if
hope
you're
you are
down with
mindful
spatial or
of
not,
these.
Yeah,
but we
because
don't
the
need to talk
3D
about that.
part.
spatial seems lit as hell.
Do you really think so?
Lit
Yeah, I
as
think
hell.
it has. I think it has a lot of opportunity and marketability because it's one of the only like metaverse programs that's actually actively seeking hyperlinking. So basically, taking a 3D model and linking it to internet and shopping pages. I think that is so lit. But I
Dude.
see a great competitor with Adobe because they just snapped up Figma and they're going to have application-based design with AR. So it's just where my mind's at.
Hold on. Can you say more words about that?
Guys,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to say more words about that, but like then I'll
guys,
lose train of thought. And
I love you guys.
Please go.
It's been great, but yeah.
Please go. I want to hear what this guy's got to say. Be good. Have fun. Drink more. All right, keep going, TCAT.
yeah, no, but I definitely think that the AR pass through AR is so much better for like humanity than VR. Just in the fact that you can be out in your environment and still a part of the community, rather than just like closed off. I think energy is a very important thing, and if we can share it personally, like that's so much more important. Like look at yeah.
I'm sorry. Because I'm watching people combining stable diffusion and meta with 3D build, and all of the technologies are starting to kind of link together now. So
Yeah,
and
live
I like
filtering.
and I really like your comment about the AR over VR, because that's a big deal. I've been reading more about this kind of the VR sickness, and I think there's some, I don't know, there's some danger there.
I've never had sickness after driving my BMW for 10 hours and having a HUD with a speed limit and gas
Word.
range. I think that's where it all lies down to as well. And like, dude, doesn't mean that the technology used and built in VR isn't important. Like, there are engineers working for the US government building things like buildings and aircraft and all of that through VR so that the mechanics can wear VR and repair and maintain these pieces of equipment or pieces of infrastructure. So I think it's still a useful tool. It's not going to go away, but the AR features a lot more. Like, I think it's more healthy and live. You know, you're more connected with your real life environment.
Dude, and it's cool too, watching like the virtual office scenario where, you know, why why go through the cost of decking out a room with a bunch of stuff when you can just click on and boop, you got a multi-screen setup with all your information, you got a keyboard, you got everything you need. Like just the cost benefit alone, I don't know. I think that
When do you
stuff's
think we'll get
awesome.
to the point where we don't even need the glasses?
Well, they've
Contact
already,
lenses. My
yep.
buddy's working on
Right?
contact lenses.
I'm
Well,
telling you.
they're already production on
Yeah,
those.
in San Fran. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
dude, it's
Right?
and
Because
that
it's the more immersive it is and the less obtrusive it is, the more adoption I think we'll see, right?
I think
like
glasses with a HUD first, and like getting like 120 degrees of view is important. I think right now, like the Google Glass was like what, like not even a degree. It wasn't that much.
Oh, good point. So 120 degrees is what our field of vision is?
Just about, yeah. And
Oh, that's fascinating.
yeah, and just being able to like, you know, optimize the technology and make it very light and easy. And honestly, I think the universal remote is our cell phone and we're never going to get rid of it. It's just going to be like a thing in our pocket. It's a remote. It's a universal remote control.
and it's all done. People sometimes talk about it as though like, well, that's never gonna be on. It already
Oh,
is.
and people talk about like, oh, that's going to happen 20 years from now. It's like,
Ha!
well, you are not paying attention at all, are you?
Nice,
Three months
TCAF.
3 months ago, I would have thought everything we did with AI art was crazy today. 3 months ago. And now I'm
Ye-
learning Python and using these APIs. It's like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, but you realize that you're still 3 years behind the first developers, right?
Well, at least 3 to 10 at the very least, because nobody knows what DARPA is doing. We find out about a decade or two later what they're toying with, right?
They have stuff that's more advanced than the HoloLens in their helmets for a lot of things. So I mean, yeah. And the helmets are old, like F-22. Just like a little food for thought.
Have you ever looked at the IoT stuff and
Not
LARWAN and all that stuff?
not really. I haven't I'm still young. I still have a lot of information to process.
Fair, fair. The just basically, it's like casting out an internet network that relies on other digital components. And you can start casting networks out across broad ranges. It's pretty crazy stuff.
I think is that like what they were talking about with like using like lampposts as ways to like deflect like data and stuff like that.
I haven't heard that example specifically, but like if you even Google Amazon IoT, they have like generators attached to bases of lampposts that will incorporate pretty much any electrical device that comes within its range of like 15 miles or 5 miles.
Yeah, 100% have heard of it. I was like a kid, like 17 years old, working at like a cell tower thing, putting in like grounding kits and like delivering fiber optic wire. And that was like the number one threat to the business.
And it seems like right now it's the security or lack of security that they're trying to overcome because it's like a massive security hole. And it seems like that's the only thing really holding that technology back from advancing.
Sorry. I'm, I'm thinking about Nate sounding like Ali G. You remember when Ali G is like interviewing these people? He's like, you think a computer will ever be able to multiply 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 by 10, 10, 10, 10?
You just like, every once in a while, you can tell you just had enough. You're just like, no more, no more. God damn it.
No, but Ruben brought up a good point where like even Machiavellites like had even self-interest. That is it weird that that's fun? Is it fun for you? It's fun for me.
I mean, dude, there's this weird like thing that happens with groups of people. Once there's a rationale or a reason to unleash the rage, or pick on somebody because they've earned it, like everyone kind of gets their hackles up. It feels like it's a biological response.
Ciao. Well, this is the dog park, right?
Yes.
Woof. I love it. I love it. I mean, at the same time, like, he was building his way into it and he didn't realize what kind of vortex he like entered, and then he started trying to play with the I guess the social powers that be within our egos, and like the logic and path we are like trying to like balance out with that ego, and his ego is just way above everyone else's, and it got cracked by his path and logic.
Just another drunk.
Can you be a bit more specific, Casey?
I could try to use less words, but no.
I mean, he was drunk, but wouldn't drinking alcohol increase ego?
Maybe the willingness to fight, you think? Which one came first? The anger or the ego?
Ego. The anger was the goal. The ego was the ride.
But maybe it's like a catharsis.
Haven't you see it every time in Alcoholics? The ramble. I'm going to keep on talking about blah 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 blah. No matter what anybody said, blah 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 blah. Every fucking time.
It's interesting because I don't think I have that much experience with like alcoholics.
So alcoholics won't shut the fuck up. Pill poppers will lie about the craziest shit. And I mean just useless shit. That is the pill popper way. Those are the things I look for.
Yeah, because I was like, am I not hearing the end of his words correctly? Oh no, that's alcohol.
So do you think he was a mix of both? Because that guy was pretty off the wall.
A mix, he said. Sorry.
All right, I'm on kid duty. I'll be back.
I mean, like, pill popping cocktails, man. And he's like trying to be a Buddhist or something. Like, I don't understand.
I have this thing about like people co-opting Buddhism and then like branding it mindfulness, right? With this misunderstood idea of what the religion actually is. Have you noticed that? Like the branding of Buddhism and mindfulness?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think the base of anything and any religion is just comfort in oneself and like being able to go through acceptance. And some people look for a religion that people like over advertise the acceptance. You know what I mean? Like Christianity or Buddhism. And then like with like a culture like Muslim, it's less accepted because acceptance is like less of the deal. It's more of like being able to drive action and like go day by day. So I mean, it's really interesting. In all honesty, I'm just a spiritual person. I'm not like a religious guy. I don't have any religion or anything. I'm just kind of vibing through. I live in a very religious state right now, so it's interesting. And I grew up like half Polish, so like going to Poland, every town has a Catholic church.
I grew up in Hinduism and then converted and got baptized when I was around 15, 16. And now at 39, I've seen true things said in a lot of different languages.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I think it's just life is a journey, and you just kind of got to find like the meaning of all of it. And I don't think it's in just one place. There's so many different like experiences that could be had, and there's so much like empathy that could be shared. I mean, sympathy. I didn't think I had any sympathy for the guy that was being an ass, but like empathy, I think we gave him a little bit.
Right. I also like feel that my beliefs are meant to change.
I agree. I mean, like, if you're not changing, then like, how do you measure your growth or like your like your accomplishments or anything that you've done? Like, the things I did 2 years ago are completely irrelevant now, even though like they were featured a year ago. Now I'm like way past all of that, and I'm in like a new realm. Like I have a new purpose, a new mission, and like it's a whole new build with a lot more features and a lot more development. And it's interesting to see myself grow. Like from like a state where I just wasn't even capable of doing anything to just being able to allow myself to like just consume knowledge and develop some good ideas.
Is there something that happened that changed the course?
I mean, there's so many things. I mean, daily, like like little things. There are a lot of different theories out there on like how you live your life and like how you're supposed to like have that path, and like the idea of, hey, there might be a theory where if you make a different decision, like don't step on a crack, you live in a completely different reality, and there are all these realities stacked on top of each other like bubbles. There are other theories about like, hey, there's just like an upside down universe, or like and we see it in media and like uh just experiences with people that just like are trying to get into a deep thought. I don't know, man. I'm kind of going on to a tangent, just trying to find the
I
point.
hear everything you're saying. Right.
Yeah,
I
it's
remember
broad.
talking to Dr. Robert Wetzel, and I was telling him one of my harebrained theories, and he said it could be true, but at the end of the day, it's one metaphor framework, and he uses that a lot. Metaphor, the idea of a metaphor framework, that whether we realize it or not, everything we parse is through these metaphor frameworks, and we don't even notice that we have them.
I mean, that's exactly how I wanted to finish that statement. Like, everyone has a way of like consuming the knowledge and being able to find a way to understand it, and I think metaphors are a great way. I love it.
Are you saying faith is a metaphor?
Hold on.
Go on.
It could be a
I'm
set of
sorry.
metaphors.
If that's how you understand it, then probably yes. And I just got here.
Well, because we were talking, first of all, I was in here before I ate dinner, and what's her name? That was speaking about early Christian religion, and then I came into Nate, so it was like a whole different vibe. But I just wanted to say, like, faith to me, I mean, that's what everything's rooted in, and it's not necessarily having faith in a religion. It's just having faith in yourself and the people around you. So, I mean, it is a metaphor. Yeah, or something. Well, yeah. I mean, I personally have a lot of faith in a lot of spiritual things. I mean, my religious background is Catholicism, but I'm more into like pre-Abraham stuff, and why we all, not all of us, but why a majority of people have that same basic understanding of it, or that same root, you know. And to me, it's just faith. But yes, faith is a metaphor.
Good to see you again, T. I had to peace out on Nate today because it's been a heavy October, but I'm glad that you're still here, T. And I know I've asked you this in DMs. Is it okay if I just call you T?
Yeah, that's good. I don't have a preference.
Yeah, I can't like shake it because I asked you and I don't want to like scroll back in DMs and figure
I'm
out what
always
I'm
teeth. No one says it. It's teeth. The K is silent.
I think that's actually pretty funny. But I remember what it was before, and that's what I want to say. So anyway, but Mike's a good guy. I don't know how you guys have known each other, but he helped me get over my stage fright on something, and it's just been a really cool connection. Like unicorn, damn unicorn! It took me forever to realize you weren't just a horse.
Yeah, I don't like him very much.
Wait,
dude,
Mike,
I liked him the first time I heard him speak.
Mike, the other guy today, just now. Actually, sorry. Actually, were you the one that posted the knife? I wasn't that upset, by the way.
No, it's just
it was.
Don't worry. It was weird. I know. It's weird.
No,
It's Halloween.
It was.
I was dealing with weird shit across the street. There's like weird shit going on in my neighborhood. I didn't take offense. I just was tired.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry about that.
I was just showing Casey what we do when we grill and the bears come around.
He just
Although it is a weird knife. No, on your so I was helping this guy in Patterson move. Real, like, he's almost like what's that? He's Puerto Rican and he's almost like Santeria. It's really weird. So maybe you got a weird vibe from that knife because it's a Pakistani knife, like a sword.
I think it was just because it was posted.
It's got like a dragon handle. It's something like
with like a caption though to the space.
Oh yeah, I said to Casey, this is what we do when the bears come around.
Oh, okay, maybe I didn't.
Because I was trying to get my cheesesteaks
off. The knife.
No, I didn't get offended. I just hope you didn't. I mean, I try not to.
I was good.
And then then when I went to sleep, I was like, yeah, that knife is a little weird. It's not like a regular knife. It was like some Pakistani sword that looks like it's used for beheading. So yeah,
and you had every right. Anything in the space.
You had every right. I deleted it. I pretended I didn't do it. So as long as you weren't a fan, I don't.
So I think T heard about my startup for the first time today. Unicorn Mike.
Yo, I think I read into it a while back, like a month or two ago. It's just like it didn't really cross my mind again. I don't know if you've ever heard of Justice for You, but one of my buddies is one of the lead developers. So like I think I can develop a connection or a bridge there.
Love connections and bridges. Let me Google it, and I probably have. I mean, over the last 2 years.
I think they just received a $21 million or $20 million seed or something crazy.
That is crazy in the legal tech space for sure. But let me Google that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting. I think legal and being able to. I don't think blockchain should be the first thing that's advertised, though. It's the one thing that like.
Oh, mine's Web 2.
Yeah, exactly. Like eventually bridge it, but it shouldn't be like the first thing. I think
not even in the roadmap. There isn't even a roadmap because it's a Web 2 startup.
Yeah, I mean, eventually it'll become an ecosystem and a community, and you'll probably build into it more.
No, so like the thing is that space is NFTs, Web 3, gaming,
tech,
startup, tech, VC, ding ding ding.
Yeah,
it's not like a Venn diagram situation. So,
but I mean,
I
mean, there are applicable technologies. There are applicable technologies in this space,
right? So, identification and blockchain technology to verify, like, make sure that people don't make mistakes. 100%. That's crossed my mind thousands of times. But the startup and the concept and the thing I've been working on since August of 2020 is not like I just learned about blockchain stuff. Like everyone yesterday, basically, because time-wise, we're still early.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's saying that, but like we're just here, we're building. There's no early. It's just here.
It was a joke, too.
No, it's crazy. I'm learning Python right now, and as we were talking, I'm like, I wonder how tough it would be to make a phone call app with Python. And it looks like if you have a Twilio account, they have a phone calling web API.
We used Twilio for our MVP.
Wow. So I'm just looking at this now.
Twilio sends the text message to the attorneys, and that has the link to the dynamic video chat, which is Zipcan, and if you can make it work without having to use... Anyway.
No, it's because I'm learning Python and learning APIs. Like, I'm not trying to get lost in the math. I'm just trying to make it do shit. So I got it to do like speech to text and sentiment analysis and locating satellites in space and checking the weather in London. So I'm like, I wonder if there's a YouTube tutorial on Twilio phone call API. How to make calls using the Twilio call API. Ooh. Sweet.
Is it Justice 4 with like the number 4?
I don't know. I just know that he has like a little like plushie for it.
Oh, you're killing me. I want to Google this so bad, but it sounds like it also might be because the one
It's
thing
very,
that got
very,
funding
very.
recently.
It's very, very deep back end for like for more of the federal side of things.
So,
but
it
it's there.
Does it have to do with transcribing in real time the hearings and stuff like that?
I think so, yeah, and also like organization.
Sorry, now I'm like super curious. What's his name?
His name? I don't really want to name drop right now.
We
can talk. We'll talk later.
Well, no,
I don't.
I just want to
all
Google
spaces
so
are recorded,
bad.
and I like to not be fully known. It's
you're
part
fine.
of social.
I totally respect you.
I have the right to anonymity. Like, I live in America.
I said I totally respect you. That's why I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, that's just like I'm gonna use that right until I die. Like that's
super
huge.
Super for that. 100% for that. Sorry, I didn't mean to come off as being pushy. I was actually agreeing with you.
Yeah, I mean, like, I have other accounts and stuff. It's just like, I don't know. As time moves forward, like, it's not always best to be like I don't have a Facebook or anything like that. I use Reddit, Twitter. I use a little bit of Instagram, but I don't have it connected to anything. It's like a Facebook mail, and I just remember the password. So, like, I'm just a little careful. I just don't want, like, all of my data going out and, like, people knowing everything about me. It's like security precautions, I guess. It's good hygiene.
So Justice Text is the one that I was reading about that just got funding. That's why I was asking if it was that one, but that one's
it
not
might
like
be
back
yeah,
end
it might be something like that. I don't know.
I mean, like, my company has Justice in the name too. It's an easy one, but anyway, I'm just, it's been a long couple of weeks, so it's good to see you back though.
I know October's been crazy. I've been a 24-year-old, so it's been good. It's treated me well. I haven't had to go to a conference or anything crazy. Didn't have to like go meet people, do business. It was just kind of like relax, enjoy, have fun. I started my month in California. I ended it in Houston, so it was awesome.
Nice.
I don't know though. October is like a really dangerous month. Like, I think it's one of the most. It's the craziest month in the U.S., isn't it? Like, there's the most like crime, and like people get drunk and get in trouble around like the Halloween, Thanksgiving, or is it 4th of July?
I did witness and then try to track down a thief from a gas station so that I could give him my money so that he would then not be a criminal in October. That didn't work. I came to my senses when I was going around the second dark corner of the building and realized, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you following this guy that just robbed a gas station?
Yeah, he's gonna take your money too.
He wouldn't take it. He was fucking. Anyway, I had to rethink some life choices after that.
Crackheads can do incredible things.
Are you calling me a crackhead or them a crackhead?
Them a crackhead. I mean, like, not incredible in any, like, important way, but I mean, if they gotta jump out of a third story and live and run away, like, that's a crackhead.
I don't know that he was a crackhead. My point was that the guy took the money. I saw him take the cash, and I followed him out, trying to give him my own. Like, and it was a weird. It took me a couple of days to like shake what I did. I felt really stupid afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, lapse of judgment. One thing I like try and focus on, and I fail at it all the time, but like just kind of like taking a step back, taking a breath, and slowing down the environment around you. I mean, it's really hard to do, but if you can try and focus and do it, like I think you could get more reason.
Yeah, some mindfulness things. We have a Zoom meeting, Mike, and Teeth with the silent K.
I just signed up for a Twilio account. It'd be a fun project to add to the Python list. How to make a phone call with Twilio.
They do have video calling. Twilio has that as a thing too.
Oh, they have everything. I just want to see how easy it is for like a beginner with no experience in code at all to take their documentation, and I want to see if I can actually create the app that you want.
I was able to reconnect the API for Twilio so we used because it was no code, low code. So Webflow is the hosting
yes, okay.
backend, and I was able to get the API for Twilio set up, and then I was able to embed the dynamic video chat, which is by Zipcam. They got acquired, but it's that's how the video chat stuff works. The only thing I wasn't able to do was to get the what are they called? They're called
transcription,
something.
like a transcription.
No. It's in Webflow. We actually use Zapier to get all of these things to work. Literally when you touch the really what it is, it's a bookmark saved to the home screen. It automatically triggers all these zaps, and the first zap is a webhook that is within Zapier, and that webhook goes somewhere in Webflow.
Okay.
But every other step of it, I get the text message, but it doesn't connect to the what is it called? The thing that looks like disk stacked on the back end of Webflow.
Right. I want to see if I'll probably fail at it, but I'm going to try it anyways, which is I want to see if I can build this app. Because
love that.
With Zapier in between, I think Zapier can really help decode a lot of things, if that makes sense, you know?
Well, yeah, that's what it uses right now. And again, if I could figure out, although, by the way, I'm officially 100% owner of my business again, which is nice.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
100%. How's it feel to be the only name on the cap table?
Well, what's a cap table? It feels
capitalization
okay.
table.
I keep forgetting that happened, and I'm very glad
that's amazing.
over. I don't think he knows because I don't think his attorney was communicating with him. But c'est la vie. I can now enter into deals without having to worry about getting any of his permission.
Incredible. So it's like, okay, so the app is, they have a square on their home screen on their phone. They tap that screen, and ideally, not what's happening right now because we know Zapier's in between everything, but ideally what would happen?
So what happens right now is that a text message goes out the second that home screen, or that, what's really, what is it called? Bookmark is touched. It looks like an app icon. But it also shows the you stay logged into your account all the time. So then you also see a little red button that says push to start chat. The attorney at that same time, Twilio is sending a text message with the link to the dynamic chat. That link is the one that's broken, but it's supposed to send you to the user's specific.
Here's what I was thinking. What if it worked like a call center app? I'm sure there's call center apps out there that allow a phone incoming phone call to go to the first available, right? CSR,
Yeah,
no?
no, it sends it to all of them, and then the first person to click the text message link is the one that it connects. And
Yeah.
right now I get the Slack notification, not the Slack. Yeah, it also sends a Slack notification at the same time. So it goes Twilio, then that triggers Slack, that triggers yada yada. But the link that's getting embedded is not to the individual user. So the UID that gets pulled with Zapier is not. I just need to know. Oh, it's been a long time since I looked at it.
No. It makes sense to me. Yeah, everything you're saying makes sense.
I love that.
If do you want there to
the MVP is just
so
so that I can
my
make more
book.
than one person pay me to use it. Because right now
Do
we have
you-
a waiting list.
Okay, let me grab my notebook. I just want to draw this flow. Where's my book? Oh, did I leave it there? Shit. That's a good notebook. You ever get one of those notebooks with just square dots? That's what I have. It's gorgeous. Let's see, is this? No, that's full of notes. Oh, those are all public notes.
So before the site was transferred to the independent Webflow account, before the links were broken, I did not do the screen record from the user side. That was unfortunate. But you've seen the screen record from the attorney side where the text message comes in and it connects.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. Okay, so if I draw this in front of the free page, let me turn this up. Come on, relax. So we have a mobile phone, and we have a bunch of apps on it, and then I'm gonna have this. Okay, that goes to an initial load screen. In that load screen, I'm going to give 2 buttons.
Why don't I just let you make what you think it is, and then we can chat, as opposed to you trying to because that's I don't even give much thought to I don't know. I'm not great at CEO. Can you delete that part of the recording?
You don't. There's no such thing as a CEO. You got to remember
Thank
that.
you. Well, I agree, but I feel like in general, I don't have executive leadership skills that are required. Plus, I've been bootstrapping and having to fight my C10
Never
whatever.
say never.
Did I say
anything.
never? Oh well, yeah. I'm stubborn as an ox. I haven't dropped this yet. It's unlikely to drop. And our competitor is. I'm really proud of them and what they're doing. They've been able to execute better, but at the same time, they're not in Arkansas with the largest access to the largest nation's largest employer, and I think that's a huge advantage. Plus, we're live here and then have attorneys ready to go on board in Texas, Colorado, and then Missouri. And I want to say Tennessee would be after Colorado. And after Missouri and words are hard.
I just think that there has to be more than one person to market. It's just positive thought, and don't put yourself down. Don't say I can't do this, because manifestation is key to success. Being able to manifest beautiful results is all that matters. Skills will be attained. It's not the end of the world if you can't handle a certain thought. You just kind of flow through it and accept the fact that you don't know and that you can know.
That's nice.
Speaking of can know, I'm looking at this Twilio blog. Build a basic call center in just a few minutes with Twilio. I think that's what we're looking for.
It is maybe. I have to go to my Zoom meeting. I'm
Uh-huh,
out
yeah.
in minutes late because I got excited about the project, even though I may have sounded half asleep.
Sweet.
It's good to see you guys. I'll probably see y'all here
Yeah,
in about 50 minutes. You'll be done in 50 minutes, right, Mike? Great.
we'll see.
Great.
Maybe I'll try to build this on the phone right now.
Hey, you don't. No pressure. And I mean,
Maybe I can build it
I
by the
love
time
your
you come back.
excitement. Yeah. Bye, guys.
Yeah, take it easy. Twilio. How do I build Twilio call center? That's exactly what this is. It's a call center, but instead of CSRs, you have attorneys. And the first available attorney answers the phone and says, "Hi, welcome to Movie Phone. Why don't you just tell me what kind of policemen are at your door?" You know?
Yeah, that actually sounds awesome.
Twee ML bins, looks like.
Okay, that is. But wouldn't there need to be some sort of like added like I guess I'm overcomplicating it, but like you could add some like FaceTime type calling, or something like that, because I think that when you
Mm-hmm.
have that face with you in the car and you can like point it at the cop, it's a little bit more intimidating than just like a number and a end call button.
Yeah, I guess if someone's using like for example, the customer journey is they're on their phone, they get pulled over, they immediately unlock their phone and tap the app, right? And that app says, "Do you want to activate the bat signal? Yes or no?"
Yeah,
And if
but
it's
it's like
right,
it's like the emergency. It's like an
yeah,
emergency. So when you tap the app, it just opens up directly into like 911, but for an attorney.
it's just a binary. I see. I was going to say tap the app, call immediately, but I want to add an intermediary step in case they tap the wrong thing, which is they tap, confirm you want to talk to the attorney, you say yes, and it automatically dials a number and puts you in the call center with multiple agents. And a call center
Yeah.
with multiple agents, I think, solves this whole thing.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a call center with multiple agents. You would need to create another API that does like a shoots out a text. That's what she's asking for. That like shoots out a text to all of the available attorneys. So they would all get a message on like this number. Like if you spend money on a Chase account or something like that, and you get like oh, you purchased this, and you get a text message. They get a text message with that to a link, and that link connects them
Yes.
directly. That's what
The,
she's
the,
trying to do.
the good thing is they can be used for incoming and outgoing calls as well as for SMS.
Yeah, so the SMS part, SMS to direct the
Yeah.
third party to the call.
So for our call center, we need two different Twee ML bins. So apparently Twilio has its own markup language. So we're going to need two different bins. So we have to queue people and queue callers, and then agent selection. Okay. Create a Twee ML bin with the name join queue. Okay. And queue is going to be called join queue and enter in that. Oh, fuck. This markup language is like, in queue wait URL with twilio.music.guitars.
You would be cool if the loading page said like officer may not touch, and it's like a big red screen with white like bold letters.
Oh, good point.
So it's like the phone is like it's in that third party mode. Like no one can mess with it.
Well, the good thing about this is if there's docs for this, I bet there's a YouTube university class for this. You know what I mean? Where I can just watch somebody do this. So there's a. I
Well,
would
I mean,
say
they're I think it would be more of a Frankenstein type study route. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You'd have to pull from different classes.
It's I give myself a 17% chance of having this built by the time she comes back. I think we have the pieces. Whether I know how to invoke them is a different story. But we'll see if I can do it in Google Colab
Yeah,
or
100%.
whatever it presents itself in.
Well, the other thing is like building like a visual aid or like a map of how the program's gonna function might be a good way to like start it out and like just send that to her so she has like a better understanding rather than building the whole thing out.
Well, the thing is, like, I'm not even a developer. I'm a headhunter. And
I
so,
know.
I'm just learning how to code as we go along. So for me, it's just like a fun little experiment. Like, can I actually build a call center with the limited knowledge of Python that I have? Let's find out.
That's hilarious. I'm all about it.
Man, I feel like I've been trying to learn how to code for 20 years.
You probably have been. I'm not much of a coder, but like I love to sculpt. I love sculpting, but I've kind of lost the ability to fully focus on sculpting. I've kind of like moved into a little bit of Python, JavaScript, and
Nice.
just building.
So, like, my motivation is that I want to create 10 mini Python quick start projects that don't require learning any math first. Like, you know how most software courses, they teach you a bunch of math first? I want to avoid all of that entirely. It's like, here's some code. You can use it in Google Colab. You can even use your phone. And we're just going to get you into the shallow end of this swimming pool.
That would change the industry entirely. I mean, honestly, I think the two career paths that are going to be the most, like when I graduated high school, it was designer, like 3D modeling and design and graphic design was like the way to go, like through digital medias. But I think the next one is either it's going to be in between math or being able to manage seed phrases and the development of like AI machines.
My brain is working on this app. So it's my first time using Twilio too. So it's like, when you're presented with a new application, it looks like a fucking F-15 fighter jet cockpit.
LOL, I love it.
It's like, these are too many. I know you're trying to help me, but you're hurting me right now. You know what I mean? There should be like a way to progressively disclose a user interface based on people's intended purpose. You know what I mean? Instead of giving them the full interface all at once. Like a training wheel interface almost.
Yeah, that seems logical and reasonable. Here, you know what? I'm getting a bunch of calls. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Yeah.
You got me reading 8x8 call center for Microsoft Dynamics 365.
Yeah, right? It seems, once you
And I have
understand,
nothing.
this is a call center app, man. That's what this is.
Hey, look at 8x8.
Mm.
Has a lot of utility in the app.
8x8.
Yeah, 8x8. Hold on.
Voice video contact center. Plans from $20 a month. Yeah, right?
Just
You
crazy.
feel me, right? You get
Yeah.
pulled over. You need to do what? Call a customer service rep who also knows the law. Call an attorney. That's it.
Yeah, we just call the call center for our service for for our heater, and they're not even part of the plumber. They don't know anything. They don't even know the schedule. They're just a call center.
That's it. Hello, my name is Michael Jagdale, and you have reached Lens Crafters. We wanted to follow up with you to see how those new glasses were working out. Oh, you find that they're a bit blurry? Well, let me ask you a question. If you move them up and down or side to side on your face, can you find a spot on the lens where the focus is just right? You can? That's amazing. So here's what we can do. It seems like what you need is an adjustment to make sure that you're always looking through the proper part of the lens. Luckily, at Lens Crafters, we offer free lifetime adjustments with the purchase of your glasses. So just head back on into the store and they'll be glad to do an adjustment for you to make sure you can see clearly. Do you have any other questions? Just that? If we fix that, everything would be good? Okay, great. That was my job for like 3 years.
That's crazy.
Doing customer
Well, you had to
service.
qualify. You were qualified. You
Well,
you
they
have to
just
have
gave us
qualified people in the call center, or else it's just annoying.
Well, it just like they knew after taking so many calls what were the most likely problems. People can't see good. They're getting headaches, right?
Yeah.
From the new glasses, especially if they jump up in prescription. So,
Did they have a script, or was it?
Yeah, we had a script. That everything I just said was the script.
Yeah.
I said it so much I can remember it 20 fucking
I used to do direct sales.
Oh man, those scripts are in your brain, dude. You never forget that shit.
The answers just come right to you. I still use it to this day. I mean, it was like a direct sales, one of those sketchy, solicitation businesses. But the amount of sales techniques that I learned, I still use to this day. Just like agree, blaze, close. Agree, blaze a trail, close the deal. Agree, blaze, close. That's it.
So, okay. Can I do Node.js and fucking... That's... Damn, that looks complicated. Call center automation with Twilio.
I think as my decisions environment, so there's a call that goes the decision. Well, I'm going to go ahead and find my mouse here and jump over.
So, add the telephony module, create an account, set up authentication, create a handler. Okay. How to embed a Twilio dialer to make outbound calls.
Hi everyone, my name is Evan Weiss and I'm a sales engineer at Retool. Today I'm going to walk you through how to build a Retool application that embeds a Twilio dialer to make outbound voice calls. Let's get into it. So the first thing we're going to do is...
No. I hope this shows me how to do it.
Welcome to this demo of Twilio Flex. I'm going to show you how to set up multiple channels of communication, intelligently route calls and messages to the most suitable agent, provide agents with a dashboard containing all the information they need to wrap up inquiries efficiently, and view live and historical data on a dashboard. So let's start by...
Shopify is a commerce platform that allows entrepreneurs to start a business and then grow it. Start in touch. We want the care.
Organization. They're supporting more than 600,000 Shopify merchants around the world, wherever they're. Then all those other human.
It allows us to wrap.
Probably always.
And go from.
Okay. So. Let's see here. What's going on, Harold?
Hey, how are we? Just chiming in, being a fly on the wall. I'm about to check out KC Space that's developed in partnership with yourself and Ali, I think. I heard it on I
Oh
think you're
yeah,
talking about Python.
the spatial. Yeah.
So, so yeah, I'm just gonna go in and I'm gonna maybe set up like a little self-recording, and I'm just gonna use it as like a prompt to explain what I'm experiencing to give Casey some feedback.
Yeah. No, that's good. So,
So
don't mind me. I'm just watching this tutorial on how to build a call center app.
cool. So a call center's like over in the States. I don't know what it's like here in Australia, but is it something that people get a job at a call center, and if they have the technology, they can just log on and then get paid to answer calls, or does it need to be done from 9 to 5 type thing?
No, exactly how you described it can happen.
Right. Right, so I need to email myself this. I've got an old Chrome box, so I don't know if it's going to actually work. I might actually have to do it through my phone. Let's see.
So I've gotten over the first hurdle, which is I was able to generate, which is pretty crazy when you think about it, a phone number. So I have a new phone number through Twilio. That's strange. What is this world coming to?
That sounds a little bit dangerous, not gonna lie.
It's crazy.
Danger is his middle name. Do you ever see that? There was a blog, a podcast I was listening to. I can't think of the guy's name, Goldsmith.
Okay.
And these guys from India kept calling him and harassing him. And so then he ended up like getting their number, and he ended up started harassing them back. I mean, he gave the guy full access to his computer. I mean, he went in on it. I mean, I got to find the podcast and send it over to you. But it went on.
My
It
buddy
went
has like
on.
a really popular YouTube channel where
Pierogi! It's pierogi!
he makes fun of Indian call center scammers by
He
it.
just kept, yeah, he just called them back and just was started like using the techniques on them, and they were getting mad. The guys, I gotta find it.
Yeah, no, I've seen like YouTube videos where they like hack into the cameras and like start taking photos of like the office space and the people, and they get like the feds in India to like go and like raid their office. It's crazy. They go hard on YouTube. The worst is the prank ownage prank calls that you can listen to it for hours and it's just bad. It's like not even good content, but like it's kind of funny.
So I'm trying to define my end result. I want a call center app that dials 3 people in a row until someone answers.
Oh, that's clever.
Because if I can get it up to 3, I can get it up to N.
Yeah.
And that's the whole dispatch justice app. It's a call center application. They dial X number, and it dials the people in that are agents until it reaches 1.
Or you could have some fun with it, and it dials like 3 or 6, and then when you get 2 people answering, they start talking to one another. Just see what comes of it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting because, like, well, I don't know how it handles it. Maybe it does do all three calls at the same time and activate whoever answers first. We'll see. But mhm.
Yeah, keep going.
No, I was just going to say, like, I always want to define the end result 3 times before I move on to the next step.
Well, that's what they used to do to us in wakeboarding. My coach said it's not a trick until you can land it 3 times in a row. You can't say you've nailed the trick. Yeah.
Yeah. So if in the next 90 minutes we were able to create a call center app that contacted 3 people in a row or at the same time until one person answered, that would be a success to me. Yeah, Hurls, I'm learning how to code in Python. So the more I learn how to code, the more I realize, maybe I can do that. Let's find out.
Yeah, I definitely think you would be dangerous with that.
Dude, if I could code, I wouldn't even talk to nobody anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, what happened to Mike? Oh, he learned how to develop software, and now he's just building what he thinks in his head.
And if you think you're talking to him, it's actually an AI version of him.
Oh, that's the first thing I would do. I would develop the Syndicate hosting app.
I think you'd go out and have some fun. You'd have some fun because you'd have more access to things.
Well, I'm not sure if you were in the space before that he was on with the Degens, but I don't know why, but Nate thought that I invited him into it. And he's now texting me, DMing me, saying that he's 99% sure that I'm AI. But anyway, maybe I'll have some fun with that.
Takes all kinds.
Her name is Shirley Lowe.
I've heard
Shirley Lowe.
Yeah, Shirley Lowe. Shirley
Yeah, I think I
Lowe.
follow her.
I do too. But she's kicked out of a few spaces I'm in because she just like comes up to the speaker section and listens intently, and she won't say a word because she's not smart enough yet.
just they're ready to go for the time. Do you think it'll ever happen? Do you think she'll ever chime in?
I don't know. It might be a culture shock if she does. I don't know. They have like AI built animated like characters, like pop singers and stuff like that, but I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of human element in it. It's not like you click a button and it just goes. Yeah, like there's still some production needed. Like you need to throw in some seeds and develop some of the assets. But it's getting there. It'll be interesting when you just like type in a few seed phrases and then next thing you know you've got like a fully functioning AI bot that's like a famous DJ.
Wow.
Okay, what about this? An app that allows a user on their phone to dial 3 numbers with the click of a button.
Yes. Well, that keeps dialing. Like, how many would you set your parameters for ringing? Like, how many you'd have to set parameters, wouldn't you? Like, how many times it rings before it tries another number, or is it just going to keep coming back to you? 3 numbers failed. 3 numbers failed. Because as a user, I would just prefer it to keep dialing until someone answered.
So I would have to find 2 other people. Ali plus if I'm using the app, because it would have to be on my phone. So I guess I could start with Ali, and then I could grab B plus C phone number. I'll just call 2 other people in Toronto. Okay, that works. So what we're building is an app that allows a user on their phone to dial one number that dials 3 numbers with the click of a button until someone picks up. There we go. So it has to be mobile. Oh, we have to set time parameters. So what time is it now? 9:30? We'll give ourselves till 10:30 p.m. Has to be mobile. And again, it doesn't have to be Twilio because there are call center apps that do this already. And for $20 a month, you could have the whole fucking app. Like Mike said, 8x8. In a lot of ways, the 8x8 already solves it. Congrats, Mike. We solved it. If we have $20 of funding from Elizabeth, we can build the app. Congratulations, we're done, everyone. Why use Twilio? Twilio is just one app of a series of apps. But we don't need an app, we just need functionality. And if the functionality we need is a call center that links multiple numbers to one number, then it's already built. Congratulations, everyone, we're done. Good job. Why use Python if you don't need to?
So what do they use when they, when you get a spam call and it's like almost the exact number as yours? So do they open up an account, open up a similar number, and just start dialing numbers off that number?
Never know. Like with Twilio, I'm learning just when it comes to with Twilio, you can basically do what almost when it comes to communications, you can do whatever you want with Twilio, from what I'm finding. I mean, to the point that Twilio has its own version of HTML, basically. So I guess what I would say is when he comes back, I'd be like, hey, E, do you have $50? Because if you do, we actually only need 20 to build this app. And we're going to go with Mike's suggestion, which is 8x8. And the idea is that we can call the 8x8 customer service and say, we want to build this. And if on a 3-way call, E is satisfied with the functionality, then fantastic. We built the app. Congratulations. We did it well before the 10:30 deadline. It's funny and that's why it's so important to write down the end result 3 times. When I wrote down the end result, I'm like, well, hold on. If this is a call center app that calls 3 people, why would we build that shit from scratch? If we could get it for $20 a month, it'd obviously be more stable than anything we build. Probably more functional too.
I mean, also though, like, what are the terms and conditions in the services? Like, do they save the recorded spaces, and how is all that data held? Because that's also because you're dealing with like a legal application, so you got to make sure that the
So it's
a
like
little bit more
GDPR plus.
Yeah, it also states that there's analytics, I guess. So it records and analyzes the calls, something. So
it like
careful.
transcribes them to the best of their ability, like Apple when you get a voicemail. But like at the same time, wouldn't you want like a FaceTime, like a WhatsApp live chat option where you can like FaceTime the attorney? I feel like that's just more intimidating to the cop when like they have to look at the attorney's face.
Well, if it's an Apple to Apple call, right? Phone call, I'm
Well, I'm
assuming
saying,
that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm saying like WhatsApp has that where you can go Apple to Android. It's just that open interface.
Yeah, I was thinking about the WhatsApp. I wonder how, some people they have WhatsApp, some people they don't. How do you find that penetration? There was a bunch of people who left WhatsApp when they thought that Signal would be more protective, which it isn't. you know?
Yeah, I don't think any type of communication is, even if you're
Yeah,
talking to
right?
yourself, you can still call back that energy. It's crazy.
Yeah, like.
Hey, Mike, got a question for you.
Mm.
Is there anything with your experience in that sort of industry that actually calls the numbers and locates the ones that are engaged? Because that way you know that the person is on the phone and in any instant they're about to get off. So then it calls them with the handset while they've got the handset in their hand.
Yeah, it's. I'm thinking that in this case, even if the attorney is on a phone call, they may opt to answer the bat signal.
Yeah.
Right? Instead of just getting a busy signal, they still may want to at least be notified that that call was made to them. What do you think?
Yeah. Or the other is like,
Well, also
so many
the
things.
availability of calling back on a link as well. Like if you miss the call and like it's within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What
What
does
about?
Twilio do? Twilio sends you a text. It's connected to your SMS and the Facebook Messenger. So does it send you a message to each?
Yeah, I'm going to go back into Twilio and have some fun with it.
What if you could do something with like the telephone communication industry, like what Spotify did, whereas you would have like the end user would have free use of a mobile phone to talk and call and text, but at the end of everything, they had to listen to it, have a short conversation with someone who might be like a telemarketer or whatever sort of advertisement, some sort of interaction, or complete a survey. Just brainstorming. That sounds like a shit idea.
I'm putting in my brain, I realize that the universe moves from being into doing into having. So I'm going to imagine that I am an experienced and resilient software developer.
Manifesting.
And I create apps for fun all the time. And so the last part is having is emotional, emotion with imagery and conviction. So let's celebrate. Yay, we just built the app. Fantastic.
So
Right?
I'm reading. It says on GitHub Flybase, Node, and Twilio call center. So what's Flybase?
I know.
That's what you gotta look at. Flybase, Node, Twilio call center, GitHub.
Mm-hmm.
Powered by Node.js.
How might we say? Just don't figure it out. Get stuck. Get stuck somewhere. If they have support, contact support. Huh. Contact support. Check docs. Check YouTube University. So the other way we could do this is work for about 10 minutes on, 10 minutes off. Zach, what's going on?
We had a phone call with Brad, who put a simple write a blog post from the perspective of a wedding photographer shooting a wedding in Delaware. And
nice.
GPT-3 went nuts with it.
Oh, amazing.
My wife said, and I quote, "That's exactly how I would write it."
Shit.
Is that 4 hours saved? That's lit. Maybe even more.
Yeah. So we were, because I said to Mike before, is half of the battle is when you leave the wedding, you start losing some of those like feelings of like elation and connection to like the event. And so for a lot of these vendors, right, they want a way to capture how they felt during the whole event right then and there. So if you were able to create a one push, right, you push a button, you record the message, right, 2-3 minutes of text, you put that into GPT-3 along with a questionnaire or any information you got prior to, and then you could have already SEO optimized keywords because you've built your whole brand on it. And now you have more than enough information for it to create a blog post instantaneously for you, for whatever type of vendor it is. And so, yeah, that was the idea. And then you could use it for small businesses all over the place. Like Clean by Nora could create a blog on, I used this cleaning solution over this cleaning solution today because they had stainless steel fridges over, the plastic type. Well, now I can write a whole blog post on what chemicals to use when you have certain types of appliances. Sorry, someone just drove by driving. I'm gotta be going 120 miles an hour. Damn. But yeah, so all the APIs are there. Now it's just putting them together with the right interface and then start charging people. Keith?
Yeah, is this like you just throw in a few like verbs on how you felt and it just kind of knocks it out?
I mean, that's the question we got to figure out. I mean, there's a blog writing group that I am assuming outsources the blog writing to India or something, that charges $10 per blog post. My only question is, can we build something that beats that, or does it for does the same job for less, or does a better job for just a little bit more? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if it's just verbs or not. I don't know enough about the prompts. I just know that the technology exists and that I'm sitting here going, how do I write blogs for 5 different businesses to SEO optimize all 5 of them? I don't have enough time for that shit. And I also don't want to pay someone oodles of money to do it for me. So how do I take care of that? Still driving, so I'm not really looking at my phone screen. So if I'm accidentally droning on, it's just because I'm not really looking at the phone.
So you're basically trying to figure out a way to streamline creating blog posts with just seed phrases.
Or just capturing the right type of content, I guess, is the biggest problem. So
Yeah,
talking with my go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like one thing that would be interesting is like being able to categorize parts of the seed, like location, time, like time of year, and like all of these extra like aspects. But like then you say like different businesses, and how do you like go about categorizing each one of those businesses so that like you can most beneficially like write that blog post, right? Because like if you have a cleaning service, you're not going to need to know that it's like the autumn and that the leaves were a bunch of crazy colors and that you're in the Appalachians and that it was at this hotel.
Yeah, so but what you can do is you can go into what products are being used. You can go into more of the mental part of it, like what is the benefits of having a clean space. And really the only thing that these blog posts do is it shows that you're an authority and that you know what you're doing. And that's what it like bumps you up in Google with, is it's, every blog post that you write bumps you up because it's showing the algorithm that you're an authority in the space. And so you should be seen by more people because you have the knowledge that you are probably the right choice for whoever's searching that thing. So it has nothing to do really with like keywords of like autumn and time, like the content of it. Like, I don't want to say no one reads it, but like it doesn't need to be like super profound or really a wonderful, well-written blog. It just needs to show the right amount of authority. So for like a photographer, it needs to say like, yeah, I've photographed at this location a couple of times and I really love how I am able to do XYZ thing. Whereas like with a cleaner, it's like, hey, these are the chemicals that you should stay away from, right? With the trash pickup service, it's like, hey, this is how you know if a trash dumpster rental company is going to mess up your lawn when you rent a dumpster, right? All of these things just show authority. That's the most important part of it.
I'm like looking into something and it says high school student blog text generation project with Python and Tensor. Might be interesting. I'll look into it. I think some high school kid figured it out.
Yeah. The only reason I thought about this was because my wife always complains about having to write the blog. And then also she always complains that after she's left the wedding, she kind of forgets some of the moments of it. And so I was like, well, why don't we just do something in real time where you like record it and then we can put it into an AI and they can fill out the rest. Like, I mean,
it would be cool to have like a notepad, like some sort of like post-it note system in an application where like someone would like put in like experiences they're having throughout the process, and then it can write a story about that process, like the detail, like you put in the details and then the AI just fills in all of like the extra vocabulary.
Yeah, essentially. And the other part is like you only need two, like, so let's say like I keep going back to photographer because I've been married to one for so long, so it's easy for me to like think about that part. But like if she says something like I was really able to focus the light in this corner, I was really able to focus the light in this corner because I've been here before. That shows the experience. And then she can say something like, the bride really wanted to do a first shot. So I knew that that was important and I knew right where we were going to do it. Everything else, oh, the wedding was really wonderful and it was beautiful and the bride and groom really loved each other. That's like whatever. Like, that's not what they're looking for. What they're looking for is really the moments that you were able to show that you're an expert at your craft. And that's what's important about it. I mean, half of these blogs, and I sent Mike a website of like another photographer. Half of her blogs aren't even about the couple. It's about where they got married and why she likes shooting there. And it's about like the techniques used during the photos shoots. So like, it's really, you got to talk about, you know, anything that you did at that one place that maybe stands out as I'm an expert. So.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's a lot of GPT models that are like for images, but there aren't very many for text, like text to text, like developing a story. So I think it's an interesting area. It could really, I feel like people have done it before though. I'm like trying to look and find something, and like it seems like a kid did something with Shakespeare where he like put in a few quotes and it filled in the rest of Shakespeare. But I mean, that's not too crazy. It
Yeah.
definitely it's definitely AI text generation using like a TensorFlow or in Google Colab or something like that.
Yep. And like that's the thing is like all of it exists. They use it. So my wife said that there's this thing called Otter that'll take your speech to text and then it'll like fill in some of the stuff. But like what I'm looking for is something that goes from speech to text to AI fill in the blank, blog generation, keyword optimized, right? Because if you have all of those pieces, I mean, every photographer at a minimum would use it, not let alone like anyone who has a bakery shop or anything like that. Like there's so many different avenues to take it. Then it's just how do you funnel it down so like maybe you can narrow the AI to like, hey, this guy chose that he owns a cleaning service, and so now like the AI is kind of tailored towards that thought process when it comes to um, I guess making the blogs. I don't know. Like that's not my forte. Is not really the tech. It's identifying the need of individuals that don't understand the tech. And then I come to this group and I say, "Hey, here's a really cool idea. Let's see if we can build it."
Yeah, I'm looking at it and it seems like it would be like PPLM, a PPLM model. I feel like there are a few that are on the market. I'm just like kind of looking at, they're like Google Colabs that are available that you could just kind of like look through, and it's basically like you have to arrange some of the inputs and like some of the, I don't know, it seems like steps like where you're pulling the data from. It's interesting. I mean, it really comes down to like what what do you want the model to do and what perspective you want it to come from, and using those data sets in order to create it properly. I just, my thing is how do you fill in the blanks properly, and because like the seed phrases are important, but that can only like develop part of it. It's not. Does anyone have any input on text to text models?
I take the crickets in the room to mean no one does right now. But that's why I was just like, I feel like all the pieces of it exist. It's just
It's
now.
it's AI generation using TensorFlow for text to paragraph. That's, if you Google that, you'll find a Google Colab, and you can kind of work backwards and develop an application. I don't think it'd be too crazy, but AI text generation using TensorFlow is definitely the move.
Could you just, Keith, could you just DM me that? Because I'm driving and I
Yeah, I
want to write it
got
down.
you. Yeah, I got you 100%. I mean, if you can get that model to like, it won't look pretty at first. It's gonna be like a back end machine. You know what I mean? You're gonna be working through a Google Colab, but like, you know, it's kind of like you plug in a few pieces of text. It'll probably fail a few times until you get it like calibrated the way you want it.
Yeah. No, like I said, it doesn't need to be pretty, but if I can build something for, you know, my wife and her friend to use and see if it works out, then I have 2 photographers proofing it, and I could probably get her third friend to proof it, and that would be, I don't know, probably 60, 80 weddings over the next year. So something to think, something I'm just playing with. If anything, it just takes work off of her plate. So
Yeah, I'm looking at everything. I'm trying to find a good solution to it right now. There's a lot of stuff just because of this recent boom in AI to text to image. There's been a huge boom in like a lot of image articles and Google Colabs, and it's hard to filter through.
and that's the thing is, I think that there's such a focus on AI text to image right now, that I think so many people have shifted from the text to text. I think text to text, and trying to go from text to image and text to video, but there's still a huge.
Have you ever heard of AnyWord or simplified.com?
No.
I think those two have a good model. I'm like looking at them right now, and it's like, yeah, write blogs using AI, simplified.com. And then AnyWord, look at this product name, product description, and it'll shoot out its performance score. What? Yeah, that's different. That's data driven.
Because I've heard like
Paragraph
a lot of.
creator, Grammarly has one.
Yeah, so a lot of these AI writers, the issue with them is that they don't. I don't want to say the emotion is lost on it, but like the actual GPT-3 full, like.
Have you looked at Phrase? Like
No.
FRASE. It looks pretty sweet. Like, I don't know. It looks pretty sweet. Look into. I'll send it to you right now. It looks phrase.io. It looks pretty good. I'm playing around with it right now.
Yeah, because it's one of those things where with all of these like little businesses and things that I'm trying to like do, you know, I'm one of the things is like for a couple $100 a month, trying to set them up with a suite of things where they can, you know, the business owner doesn't have to write the blog all of themselves, but I don't want to give it to them and that to be like, I don't want to say utter shit, but like a lot of these, I think a lot of these things didn't go far enough. They just like got to where they could, and then they're not. It's not evolving as fast as AI in other domains is, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No. Oh man. Copy. Here, one sec. I'm adding this to your DM. It doesn't look so bad. It's paid. You have to pay though. That's the one thing. But they have like multiple services. It's not just one service, but they do help with like guiding you through they have like a input a listicle title, example, 3 ways to lose weight at home. Phrase AI will match. You can write content based on your listicle. Phrase will output your content below. Click the clipboard icon to copy it to your document and press regenerate to try again. So basically you could just like generate a bunch of articles and then like, you know, kind of work through them and delete some sentences and replace some things in order to develop like a kind of a bespoke blog post. It's interesting. It seems cool.
Huh. Well, I'll have to look through it. Because yeah, like Google takes it as articles, so that makes sense. But I think just figuring out the right ones that I wonder if it could do leadership. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into it, but I'm driving, and we're about to probably lose service here. So I appreciate it. I'll look through all this stuff, and then I'll just probably DM you because I'm just not on Spaces that much while I'm on vacation. But I'll DM you if I have any questions. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, not a problem. And it's something that's interesting me as well because I'm starting up a blog and website. So it definitely something cool to look into.
Yeah, and hey, if you want to work on it, like I am down to, because I think that there's options out there, but the question is are they as good as what we could come up with? So let's figure it out.
Yeah, I
All
love
right,
testing
team.
all the
Let's
options
put our
and
hands in the middle.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So that's the thing is like, it's just I'm just looking for a better version for my wife because like a lot of these, it's just like just go to speech to text to blog is probably the way that would be better, right? Because if I can go, oh my god, that was amazing, right, and it could tell the emotion of what I'm saying, um, and you could have like multiple like little voice captures. Imagine just wearing a microphone while you're doing the wedding, or wearing a microphone, or taking this Twitter space, and now all of a sudden taking a 30-second cut from a Twitter space, and all of a sudden it turns that whole thing into 1,000-word blog post instead of you having to go and write it. It just automatically imports it from speech to text to blogging.
Yeah, kind of like a notepad, a live notepad that's kind of like trans.
Yep.
Yeah. Seems
All right.
seems
Well,
right.
we're on the same page. At least my ideas aren't dumb, like
No,
my
it's
wife
not.
says they are.
That's not a bad one. I mean, like, it's definitely a useful tool. A lot of people have trouble like recounting experiences, and like, imagine if you could like have a book about the wedding because you threw that on like 3 photographers, some of the other staff, the bride and groom, and you kind of did just like put it all together and created a story of the whole wedding. That's insane.
Oh shit! I didn't even think of that. Yeah, if you just like mic'd up a
Yo,
bunch of the
what you would have is like the director's cut.
100%.
Yeah,
Can you
that's
imagine
pretty.
the director's cut of a wedding? You know how many people would watch that?
Dude, right? Not even a director's cut. Like, okay, you could basically have all these like different sources. Like, you could have all these different sources and put them together through an application in order to create like the overall story of the wedding, like how everyone felt and everything. And you can kind of like modify it, you know? It wouldn't just be like that's how he left. It doesn't matter anymore. I think it's kind of cool though. But definitely a tool that could be used for some destruction.
It's good times.
Yeah, it's like dead is dead.
I got crickets out here. That's okay. I mean, it was a good talk. Good talk. Do you think Elizabeth's gonna come back? I imagine so. Yeah, I'm just slowly. I have to have Node.js installed on my computer, so I install that. Just falling forward one step at a time. That's fun. It'll be fun to configure the Node.js every time. You gotta like reconfigure it every time you start coding into something new. That's fun. So I'm just adding a lot of breaks in between, you know what I mean? Like, get to a certain point, okay, that's good progress. Let's put it down for a little bit, walk away. Exactly. I love it. I love it. Not everything happens overnight. What about perfect progress every time?
No.
First time.
Unrealistic.
No, yeah, I like it. Unrealistic. Expectations now.
That sounds like those no fear t-shirts. 100,000,000%.
Yeah.
Fear me. Second place is a loser.
Yeah.
Don't kill yourself.
Losses are for dead people. Only alive people win. Dead people are lucky. They gave up the burden of the arena. Now only I stand. Sorry, I had to set the directions to my next location. We're getting on the road here. I don't know. It's been a beautiful October, though. I think everything's been a little bit hectic, but I think that we got that upward tick in the societal vibe. Everyone's feeling good for the holiday season. I want to manifest only good energy. Yeah, you have Thanksgiving coming up too.
Oh, that's nice. We already had ours.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we can have 2 of them.
I would like another turkey.
There you go. I love it. What a vibe. And it's not just that. Then it's Christmas. Hope everything's up. And then in the spring, I think everything can fall down again. But just the holiday season, I hope, holds pretty strong. Yeah, I think we're in full Christmas mode now.
That happens when the drink that comes out that everyone likes?
Pumpkin spice.
Yeah.
That's like the solstice. Did they time it with the solstice? Honestly, I could see Starbucks owning part of the world just because of how awesomely great they are at marketing. I remember someone was talking about, I think it was Michael Moore, who was. Somebody was saying like Michael Moore was saying like Starbucks is not a completely private organization because the government created the infrastructure for water. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how water changes like throughout the markets, just in terms of like the scarcity, like how people are going to try and promote scarcity more than like inflate the numbers in order to increase profit. I think that's where it's going to get really weird. Yeah, it's the access to fresh water we have in North America could be a battleground.
It's literally Canada and like the northern U.S. and the East Coast, like.
Yeah, I literally drove past it today.
But the U.S. screwed themselves because they like polluted their Great Lakes in the 70s. So I mean, it's fun.
Yeah, we don't have a way to. I guess that's what the ESG is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a way to align profits through costs with a social good.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree
Not that
with
I'm the
it.
biggest fan of it, obviously.
Yeah, I kind of agree with it. Like, I agree with the social aspects of it, but like, if you think about something way too socially and you try and make it way too fair, then it becomes like utopian and like there's more room for error because you're trying to control more and more of the situation and the narrative. So I mean, I just feel like anything that's free flowing and with the like an open back end is beneficial. A program go to 90% of users, everyone needs to be able, if they're not educated, it's fine, they don't need to have access, but like goes to get that education.
So I'm just reading this documentation. When someone makes a call to one of your Twilio numbers, Twilio looks up the URL associated with that number. Twilio then reads the TweML instructions hosted at that URL. Very fascinating. That's a smart way to do it. You have the instructions in this document, which is XML. And that TweML could give you, for example, to do X, Y, and Z. Okay. The following will say hello world when someone dials a Twilio number.
So it calls hello world in order to get the callers to return the call.
It calls, when a call is made, the call goes to a URL. And that URL has Twilio markup language in it. And that Twilio markup language executes Twilio functions.
What are like some security implications with that Twilio program? Like, where can people get into
Oh
it?
my God.
I feel like that is another big one.
Man, can you imagine?
I should probably ask my friend if he can go and break it.
And then ask him if he'll build it. Say hello. Yeah, it's like markup. It's like HTML. Open say, close say. So what I'm going to try to put in this document, I guess. Interesting. Oh, they have Node.js. What does it look like in Python? Oh, fuck. I wonder if I could do this in Colab. Dude. Where's the API key? Okay, anyways. Check out our short tutorial on responding to incoming phone calls. Yes, please. Twilio executes just one TWI-ML document to the caller at a time, but many TWI-ML documents can be linked together. Huh.
So that just means you can run more than one call at a time. So like if you've got the whole state of Arkansas and like you get someone on the line with the lawyer, you can recall. But like how do you avoid having that same lawyer get the same notification when they're on the call? Is there like a certain set of parameters that need to be adapted for that, or is it already built in?
I wonder. I mean, I'm also thinking that once I get this up and running, I can then transition it to someone. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I won't be the one that launches this. I'll just be the person who prototypes it for some theater. So in TWI-ML parlance, XML elements are divided into three groups. The root response element, so that's like the body of the HTML. You have the verbs and nouns. So the response element, in any TWI-ML response to a Twilio request, you must nest all verbs within response. Okay. TWI-ML verbs will tell Twilio what actions to take. Because of this, most elements in a TWI-ML document are TWI-ML verbs. Verb names are case sensitive, as are their attribute names. Okay, just like height is equal to 100%. The core TWI-ML verbs for programmable voice are say, play, dial, record, and gather. Say is read text. Play is an audio file. Dial is add another party to the call. Record is record the caller's voice. Gather is collect digits the caller types on their keypad. Oh my god. That's fantastic. And I can also use hang up, and cue. Leave, pause, redirect call flow to a different TWI-ML document. Oh my god, there it is. Refer and reject. For example, if a say verb is followed by a redirect and then another say, the second say is unreachable. Nouns describe the phone numbers and API resources you want to take actions on. Right. Effectively, a TWI-ML noun is anything nested inside a verb. Whatever the verb is acting on. Okay. Verbs act on nouns. Man, who they hired to build this? Fucking Noam Chomsky? Well, technically, he's in the code. When someone makes an inbound call to one of your Twilio numbers, Twilio needs to request TWI-ML from your application to get instructions for handling the call. Oh. By the way, you don't have to listen to me anymore. What's going on, Mel? Casey? Trying to build this call center for dispatch justice.
Yeah, I just messaged E-Rich. I'm going to try and get her back on here.
Because I heard TKF talking about text capturing. I'm like, oh, I know where this is gonna go.
Yeah, that was that could be used to do some harm, I think. But I think it also could be really cool in like a use case. Like you go to a party and you can create a whole story on that party. I think that's kind of a cool use case as well. It's interesting.
So I'm finally done with the Halloween stuff, so I can lighten up my PFP a little bit. Yay. Time to get out of the darkness, start generating some brighter stuff. Yeah.
Speaking of darker stuff, did you notice that Ethos is going to do the airdrop?
I did.
You saw that? I thought of you when I saw
Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I'll go in and get mine. Have a slice.
Of course.
Of course. Oh, you're handing out candy? Sure, I'll take some candy. Why not?
Yeah. it's like trick or treating for a DJ.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha. That's horribly funny. Trick or treat. Here's my MetaMask address.
You go home and it's like the moment you step into your door, your hands become lighter and your bags are empty, which used to hold
Ha
candy.
ha.
Imagine there's a headline not too far off in the future where there's a wallet draining event.
There have been many.
And
Okay, so there's another one.
people will blame it on this and they'll blame it on that. And it could have been baked in by the devs in the beginning. I wonder how many.
Have you not heard of Saitama?
What was there an inflection point for Saitama?
What? Did we never?
We've never really talked about it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, hold on. Let's see what T Kath has got first. What you got, T?
No, I think he lost a lot of money.
Right.
Saitama.
Either that or it was just say that was the Irish goodbye.
Yeah.
Or he lost a lot of money in Saitama. That's always possible.
But this is a Saitama safe space.
Ha ha ha. No. So Saitama had the liquidity ripped out of it by the devs, by the lead dev, more or less, who has been totally full of shit the whole time. And they just kept on saying, "Oh, we got attacked. Oh, this happened, that happened. It's not our fault." Meh. What's up, Earls?
Hey, sorry to butt in. Wait.
Go ahead. It's all good. What's up?
I don't know. I think I got muted.
I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm about to go into the KC space with the swirl and go on a journey on that. I'm going to record my my voice, so it's going to work. So I can just use my phone to go in because my Chromebox keeps crashing when I try and go through spatial on my Chromebox. But I'll use the
Are you going to
Chromebox.
be able to use your microphone?
Yeah, so I can actually plug my microphone into my Chromebox and record.
Nice.
Yeah, so I got
Nice.
I just got a little extension that does it. So and it records in wave. So I'm going to just introduce myself, record the experience. But I was also, while I got you in the space, so I was brainstorming with KC about the audio sort of voiceover and how it geotags and sort of geo limits itself, so you can walk from one area and stop in here. And I thought that might be another opportunity for some sort of interview to be done with the people who've done the voice course, run the interview and question and have that sort of line of talk about what you guys are doing, talk about what Ali's doing and her artwork and experiences and things like that. It might be a bit more natural because it's sort of like a discussion base. So we might actually pick up some, so not to say it's better contract, but some more relaxed type of in a relaxed sort of discussion way. So you might pick up some good sound bites and introduce them into the space if you're gonna sort of include audio in there. And I also volunteered my hand for actually doing like any sort of announcing or any sort of thing like that you ever wanted to do within the space. I'd be happy to record a script or something like that. If you give me a script, do something like that as well. If Caitlin Casey's voice is amazing, but I know you've got some good options there. But anyway,
Well,
happy to put
you know, it just gave me the idea. You know how you can geo locate a voice or geo pinpoint a voice?
Yeah, well, Casey
So
told me about
what
it.
if you? So what if you had like a, you know how there's like warm and cold, like you're getting hotter, you're getting colder.
Oh yeah.
What if you did that and be like hotter, hotter, colder, hotter, getting hotter?
Now
You know what I mean? You could like.
that's what taught Casey. You could hide those things in. You know, you're talking about how you could hide things, but also that's a way of actually directing the traffic through. So instead of having arrows, you could have the voice gets louder as they're talking about something, and then I guess all of a sudden it cuts out. Then another voice begins, so you could have them use the volume of the voice or the geo point to direct the traffic. It might be a little bit harder to do that, but it's a little
It's
less
going to be
obvious.
tough. It'll be tough because the space is so big.
Yeah.
That you'd have to have a bunch of them.
Yeah. Yep.
But when you were saying that though, like I think there's going to have to be some like kind of threats. And I've got this animated shark. And I was just thinking like how fun it would be for your voice to be the shark.
Oh,
you know,
like Nemo.
Come on into the cave. Come on in just a little bit deeper. Come on.
Like
you go into the deep dark cave and it's a big
My name's Bruce.
Ha ha ha, yeah.
What's a couple of bites like you doing out in the big ocean?
Ha 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 ha, yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. All right. So I'm going to go in there and do this and stuff it up and play around with it.
Now, are you going into the swirl or are you going into Ali's lemon fish?
The one that you invited me, I thought that was the swirl. I thought Ali's and the swirl were the same thing.
No.
Okay.
Totally different. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, lemon fish and inky spatial is the one I sent you.
Okay.
It's just a freaking massive environment.
Right. Okay.
Okie dokie.
And then there's another one you're creating as well. Like, how many of these things are you doing?
No, dude. No, that's Dan's. Dan bought that or got that somewhere off of Spatial, and I just showed him how to change the settings on it to crank up the size so we could get inside of it and go for a ride. That was fun. But recently I've been looking at Sketchfab, and dude, they've got amazing environments that are just plug and play, drop in. So yeah, I don't know. It's pretty crazy.
Okay. So is there anything that's been done at the moment on Ali and your collab space between Ali, Michael, and yourself?
So right now I'm just finishing the route to walk and placing the frames up for the artwork and getting ready to drop in the audio.
All right. So the one you've invited me to is a collab creation between Dan and yourself.
No, the one that I invited you to is Ali's collab for Inky and Lemon Fish.
Right. And you've done. Yeah, I'm confused now. Yeah.
Okay, so for Allie's Spatial, that's the one I sent you. That's
Okay.
Lemon Fish and Inky. And that one's the big one.
Yep.
That I'm still working on mapping out the route.
Okay, cool.
Right?
Yep.
Dan's is totally separate. And it's pretty wild, but yeah, totally separate.
He posted that up on. I noticed that Dan posted some
Yeah.
spatial links. Okay.
Yep,
I might go check out that other Dan's if I have time later on, but I want to go and check out this collab inky fish thing. And I know it's still under work, but I just want to have a little explore.
Yeah. Have fun. Go exploring, see how high up you can get.
You sound
It's
tired,
pretty
Casey.
fun. Huh?
You sound tired.
I'm sick.
He's sick, still sick. Poor bastard.
Yeah. Got a doctor's appointment tomorrow at 10:30. Get the good stuff. Anyways, enjoy. Have fun.
Yep.
It's a big
Sorry
space.
for interrupting, guys. I'll talk to you later.
No, not at all. What's up, Jen? And is that it is Meta Baby's back. Right on. What's up, Jen?
I was gonna ask you guys for some advice. Like, how do you guys monetize some of these, like your artworks and stuff like that? I know NFTs is the way to go for a lot of people, but is there any other way to monetize it?
Check out AM. She does good. She does good at incorporating Web 2 to Web 3. Everything from full scale mailed prints that you can buy off of her website to NFT and more in between. So it's like multiple sales channels is the idea.
Oh, that's awesome. I may try T-shirts. I think I have a few pictures for T-shirts.
Go hop into, like, do you bounce around in the photo spaces at all, the photographer spaces?
No. What spaces?
Look for photography spaces. They're all about sharing their tactics on free gallery shows, networking to known buyers, to video galleries and more. They're really good about that stuff.
Who hosts those spaces? Like, where are they? Like, who's the people for that?
We'll start by following AM North. But one of the main guys is Ash, ASH. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up his handle. ASH. Okay, so it's Ash Page .eth, and it's his handle is Nomad iCash77. So it's NOMAD iCash CASH77.
Could you
Nomad.
DM that to me? So I could probably follow him if possible.
Hold on.
Sorry, I should probably have asked you that earlier.
I'm like, yeah, for sure. All right, hold on, Jen. Cool. Here, I just tagged you in one of his tweets. There you go.
Thanks, because I think it's going good. Like, I think the AR art thing is like here to stay. Like,
it's picking up steam, man. And looking at the 3D stable diffusion stuff, man, that's wild.
oh yeah, I just had a conversation about nerfs and stuff like that.
Dude,
Are you
it's
talking about
crazy? Well, there's nerfs, but then there's also people are combining the meta AR 3D creation with stable.
Oh yeah, I've seen a couple of those. Like, they're getting pretty solid too. There's a lot of consistency too.
Dude, you see the one where the lady was picking up the phone? It was a split screen, and on the left, it's just regular, and on the right, her cell phone starts changing into like an old Ma Bell phone, and as she's reaching for it, um, the phone's replaced on the left side at the same time that it reaches the same type of phone. Like it's awesome.
Yeah, he did that with M painting, right? I think you can. I think you can do that.
Yeah,
In Stable Diffusion.
and painting on video was what blew my mind.
Because I think the technique for it is what happens is you take a video, right? And you take every frame of the video as an image, right? And then you put the image in Stable Diffusion, and either you do Stable Diffusion on every single frame of the image,
No
or what you
way.
did is you do M painting on the particular part of the image.
That's what I was thinking, more like a crop style, right? Where you're
Yeah.
selecting an area.
Yeah, I think that's how he did it, but I think people are automating the process.
Has to be, dude. I guess it doesn't have to be, but damn, that's a lot.
And then there's like the deform notebooks that they have like better depth perception, because if you do it like standard regular Stable Diffusion, it's like it's all messed up. It looks weird. It's not correct like theirs are.
What do you mean? You specifically for the depth on it?
Yeah, like there's like this optical perception settings they have to it. I haven't installed it, but what it does is it kind of understands the picture a little bit better than regular Stable Diffusion would, so it can keep a more of a consistency. Because like if you just do it regularly, like in Stable Diffusion, like you just make a batch of images and then run Stable Diffusion on that batch, you'll see like the picture just will kind of wobble. Or do you see like those psychedelic pictures of like
Yeah, I think I know what you're
videos?
talking about.
It's
I'm
not
with you.
consistent.
Yep.
So
Okay.
better techniques are to keep it consistent, like one style.
That's interesting. That's way more manual than I was expecting. That's very interesting. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it takes a crazy strong computer. Like I tried doing it. I tried doing it on my computer, and like man, like it took like a couple hours because like you have to use so many pictures. Like
Dude, I feel like such a I don't know, like a duct tape monkey because like I'm like downloading the video creations from Wombo and stringing those together, like the poor man's version.
yeah,
Could
that's probably 100% better than what I'm doing with that. To be honest.
like it's not bad when you do from download Wombo as a video and then you clip those videos together. You can get some stuff that looks pretty decent, but it's still got that kind of like blur to sharp fade in style. So it's not cool like the other stuff is, but it's the cheap man stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get into that a little bit more these days. Just try more of that. I don't know. I think I have a notebook for Nerfs, like a collab notebook for Nerfs. I was gonna try to employ this technique, and I think it could be big if it works. So like, what I wanted to do is like do dream booth models off of like a single image. So like, because like right now, in order to do dream booth, you need like at least five for like a low quality representation. But like with a Nerf, you take one image and you create a 3D model out of it. You can like move it around, just take little snapshots of that model, and then like have 5 or 10 pictures.
Oh, see, that's cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing if that could work. But bro, it's really hard to find like a collab notebook for like a Nerf right now.
Dude, what do you think about just grabbing a scanner and start scanning real world items? I mean, like, I feel like I could go to like a toy store, grab a bunch of toys that are cheap and scan those in and just have some banging models. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just don't know like what fidelity or like quality like a 3D
artists would need for assets. Like there's like stuff they need for it, like the meshes and the textures need to be on point. Like I'm not
Well,
sure how much I can do for it.
dude, some of that stuff is great. You get the high power blue light scanners, and they're getting cheap. And you know what's weird is that I I just recently started looking at my Facebook again. Man, it's been tracking everything I've been saying. I hopped on there, and it was all 3D art and scanning 3D digital, this, that, the other. But I gotta say, some of the stuff they're showing me, like, yep, high power 3D imaging scanning. It's and you don't have to worry about the texturing or the baking or anything. It's just pretty much instant.
Yeah, it's a whole new world. Like
Yep.
I mean, it's getting like insane. Like did you see uh did you see the launch event for the 4090?
No.
So they had stuff like RT Remix. So like if you had an old game like say they had
That
Elder
was
Scrolls
you I heard
Morrowind.
talking about that.
Yeah.
Peter
Dude.
just got a 4090.
Oh, you just got a 4090?
Peter
Oh my
did.
god.
Yeah, Peter said, you know what? I got to do this. I think the Google collab credits were becoming much. So he was like, I got to do this.
Yeah, like you're way faster than Colab actually at that point. Because like I think if you pay for Colab, you get like a A1 400. I think like a 4090 may be comparable to that in terms of like speed. Not in terms of VRAM though. So yeah, you could do
So,
everything
but they
locally.
were using that to regen the classic games, though.
Yeah, and like
See,
there was already something called reshade, which you could like add ray tracing and stuff like that. That's what I used to do. Like I used to add ray tracing to like old games, like Vampire the Masquerade and stuff, and like Kotar 2. But this one like adds like new textures. Like it generates textures and like it gets the lighting correct because it's no longer just screen space ray tracing. It's full on, so it's like insane. It's like another level. But that's not it. Like like there's some more crazy stuff online. It's getting like scary how good it is.
dude, the AR AI diffusion is I'm that's mind blowing. That's mind boggling. And you start factoring in things like topographical maps and stuff like that. Now we're in just sci-fi land.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the only bad part is we're gonna see so many different like tools that are gonna like just disappear
Oh,
after a
dude,
while.
people are gonna abuse this like mad. Are you kidding? Dude, it's gonna there's gonna be a lot of things to find out as people figure out all the bad stuff they can do. It's gonna be nonstop.
Does anyone know what's going on with Stable Diffusion right now? I mean, like the company, because I know they were working with Runway AI ML, and Runway ML just released their like pro version, and then Stable Diffusion released their pro version, and they're like both different products doing the basically the same thing. Like, are they competing now? It's like a weird competition. They're like battling each other in like one company.
I don't know, but I'm starting to feel the fear of like realizing like the AI tools that I'm enjoying using probably aren't going to be around or the same tools in a year or 6 months or 3 months. Like I fear going on to a dream and having my favorite styles gone in favor of other newer styles.
Yeah, like a lot of my old stuff got yeeted. Uh like honestly, like I've switched ever since I switched to like custom models and then like also trying to use novel AI, it's like going back, it's really hard. And plus, like, even when the model updates, sometimes it does like a style update and it's not the same. Because, like, I ran a couple of pictures on Stable Diffusion 1.5 and they were worse just because Stable 1.5 just did things differently than 1.4. And it's like I gotta re-download 1.4 in order to like get that style back again.
I've got a series I call Painted Faces, and I'd like just about crap myself because I'm like not even halfway through with it. And I used my same styles and everything, and it was just way off. I'm like, no. It took me like an hour to reprompt my style back in. It was wildly different prompt. I got the effect back in, but I definitely noticed that one.
Yeah, this may be a myth as well, but some people are saying like they, some of these pictures are not actually recreate. Like you can't recreate a lot of these things anymore because like even if you have the model hash, the pictures, that like even if you have all the data that would theoretically recreate your image, because the system like say if you downloaded Stable Diffusion on your computer, that updates all the time. And sometimes those updates change things like how the model renders stuff. So some pictures actually are very hard to replicate again. Like I mean, they may very be super similar but not exact. So there may be a real like a real problem with replicating stuff or reproducing stuff in Stable Diffusion that's only going to get worse like over time. Like
I don't know, man. You know what? I got so caught up thinking about like trying to capture all my art as NFTs and I gave up, man. I'm just gonna create as much as I can, make as many cool pictures as I can, and just let it ride. And if it all comes crashing down in 3 months or a year or whatever, and we don't have access to it anymore, I want to have created as much as I possibly can in the meantime.
yeah, you got to blame Fortune for people getting angry about it. Fortune's the big issue. I think they like create like some crazy models, and they do a lot of trolling of actual artists, which isn't cool at all. And like I know with custom models, like some people are just like taking like YouTubers, like big artist YouTubers, creating custom models based on their art. Which I mean, it's a little mean, because like the
There's a
guy's
weird,
making money.
yeah. There's a weird line there, but it's also it's one of those things where it goes both ways. Like, oh, what a compliment that they did a derivative off of your work. But at the same time, it's like, hey, asshole, that's my work. You just changed it and re-released it. But
Nah, like the models are like the only problem with the models, I feel like, is like there's some artists that have a very particular style and like the models can replicate it really well. And it's almost like why even have the person?
did you see Kevin Page's post earlier about that he feels like he cracked the code?
No, what happened?
Dude, he put out this kind of like ambiguous post about like I've finally done it. I've cracked the code. The number one issue that every single artist says is a big deal for conversion from real world to digital art. Um, and he put up a sample. He said from this humble colored pencil sketch is the example. And I couldn't pick out what he was trying to gun for, but um, I feel like he's like trying to crack the prompt code is what he's talking about, I think.
I think prompts are dead. Like there's no
Really?
need to get good at prompts at
What do you
all.
mean? I don't understand.
Because like first of all, like even your style of prompting is not going to transfer over. Because like once you use it, like say if you were using DALL-E 2, right, and then you switch to Stable Diffusion, DALL-E 2 you have to prompt differently for DALL-E 2 than you have to prompt for Stable Diffusion. Then, like, say if you use a model like Novel AI, right? Novel AI has a different way of prompting than uh the standard Stable Diffusion. Then, like, say if you use Automatic 111 Stable Diffusion, that used to have a style of emphasis and control, but that's outdated. So now you have to have a new style for emphasis and control. And like when you keep going switching models after models, and eventually that's what you're gonna have to do, because like one model, this like the advantage to custom models is that there's just things the regular models just don't know, right? Like say easy example is try to make a Pokemon in Stable Diffusion, you'll see like it does not know how to do a Pokemon.
Okay.
But those prompts, the prompt style dies out. So you have to change your prompt style every time. And
Whoa.
also, and it's just impossible to keep up. Like it'll be impossible to keep up.
So like
That's one thing.
Dream just kind of made a big deal about releasing their negative prompting. So you whatever, you can do the opposite by putting it in dollar signs.
Yeah, like so they took that from Automatic 111. So I think Automatic 111 had a negative prompting for like 2 months, and like uh everybody took it from him. But his is just a separate bar. Like he just has regular prompting and negative prompting. There's no dollar sign notation for it. So like that's the difference with like changing how much you have to change your style when you do prompts.
Dude, that's wild. That is wild.
And plus, like, if you learn like DALL-E, like if you learn DALL-E prompting doesn't prioritize, it de-weights artists. So like say if you switch over from
What?
DALL-E to Stable Diffusion 1.5, and DALL-E, if you want to create like say if you want to create a cool wizard character, and Stable Diffusion, you would go wizard character, the features of the wizard, and then like the artist to kind of give that solid base. And DALL-E, if you do the artist, that's just noise to it. It doesn't really, it knows some artists, but not too well. Because I guess they do it for copyright reasons. So you have to do, instead of stuff like 8K trending stuff like that, matters more for DALL-E too.
What?
And then
That seems like some BS.
then for like Novel AI, which is like a more advanced, like this was like a big hidden version, because it was mostly for anime, but it worked with Stable Diffusion, like Stability AI, and they had like some extra tech to it. Like first, their pictures weren't trained on 5x12, but 5x12. They're trained on 1024 by 1024, so they do hands better and stuff like that. Also, they had like
Oh.
the hypernet techniques and stuff like that. That all came from that leak, and no one would have knew about it if it didn't leak. But the way they do prompting is based on a certain image board, and you really can't use DALL-E or Stable Diffusion's way of prompting. So like,
So
you
wait a
just
minute. So because I feel like Dream is kind of like the kids' version of AI art sometimes, but it seems like if I'm gonna do a wizard, I'm gonna use like Gandalf or like a known name to represent that character, and then make my alterations to that and my prompts afterwards.
yeah, Gandalf should still work. I think Gandalf, since it's a popular character, all systems should probably still have a version of
Right,
Gandalf.
because it's just going on like a Google picture spree and looking at all the Google pictures that are available, right?
Yeah, so like characters and celebrities, some models know that. Most models will know celebrities or like very
Famous
popular
character
characters and
names,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. Uh, but it's the way to style them. They all have like different ways in order to style and control them. That's the harder part.
So I'm curious. Have you ever used equations in your prompts?
No, I don't even know if that works, does it?
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Like it's wild, man. I highly recommend just Google most popular equations and dude, put them in. And when you put them in under a negative prompting, good night. It's all over. That's just wild. It's fun. But yeah, the equations are great.
I might try that. That seems like cool. I don't know what type of math formula to do to to get something cool though.
I honestly, dude, I'm like, I started spitting out the quadratic equation. I'm like, wait a minute, I just Google famous equations and like, oh shit, square box equation, blah blah blah. The equation for volume or equals mc squared. All of those generated some pretty wild stuff. Pretty fun. And then when you combine that with a root character, um, I think that's super cool. So I did one for the Eiffel Tower using equals mc squared, and yeah, it's fun. I highly recommend that. But hey, dude, Jen, I'm sorry, man. I got to bounce on you. This is a fun conversation. I will do it again, but it's time for me to go.
All right, man. Hey, thanks for the info. I really appreciate it.
See, that was a fun conversation, man. Good chat. Good chat. Be well. We'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, all right. See you, man.
Hello, how are we?
Hey,
Hi.
what's up, man? How's everything?
How are we?
Yeah, did you go into the spatial space?
I did. I checked out the big fish bowl. I guess I'm going to call that one.
Nice.
And I think I got lost. I saw about 3 arrows, and then kept trying to travel in the direction of the last arrow, but ended up coming back to the third arrow. And I started thinking, wow, has my avatar got one left leg shorter than the other? So as I'm clicking off into the distance. And then I thought, well, I'm using my left hand. Maybe inadvertently, I'm sort of clicking on the
Yeah.
left bias of the screen. So it was like this. I felt like I was in a survivor mode then, traveling around in spatial, going around in circles. And that's when I gave up. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Right.
The big fish and stuff like that, and moving around in it. But how are you gonna? Where are you gonna place your artwork? Is my next question. So, is the goal to place your artwork in there, or build something like
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, so the idea is that the artwork, each piece of artwork has narration,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
And so you can just go from one image with proximal audio
Yeah.
to the next one,
Yep.
or you can free roam.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so that's what he's building out right now. And then now he's going to be publishing the book as well, you know? So it's not just going to be Web3.
Oh, cool. So you can actually buy a book.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. So she's designed the book in like Google Slides.
Cool. What kind of book is it? Like just are we talking about just
I got
art
it.
images or?
So if you hold on, much if have you seen the artwork?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay, hold on, let me show you. This is a good example. There's another good one. That's a good one. All right, check it out. Elon Musk. To all the complainers, please continue complaining, but it will cost you $8.
There you go. Bye bye, Miss American Pie.
Hold on, Amazon AWS announced a hiring freeze? Uh-oh. Amazon shares dump after reported hiring freeze in AWS division. Whoa. It's supposed to be their cash cow. Oh. Yeah, that's a good point. You've hired a lot of people. Well, today I got started on this Twilio application. It's not the simplest thing to do, but I'm not the most advanced developer either. So I'm going to try again tomorrow. Apparently I have to install Node.js, whatever the fuck that is.
Sounds like you're starting to lose interest.
I know that it's going to take I got a rock. In order to knock over a vending machine, you have to get it rocking first, you know? Now, why could I not install Homebrew? No, let's try it again.
Okay, so Inky and Lemonfish are characters in some sort of going on some sort of adventure from skimming
Yeah,
through all those posts.
exactly.
So it's a sort of children's book,
Yeah.
and then so you journey through the reef, stopping at these pictures where they audio type explained what's happening, and you're going through their adventure with them. In a sense, is that
Mhm.
right?
Yeah. I mean, we're only going to know for sure once Casey lays out all the images in order.
Yeah.
And I think once we lay them out, that'll be the beginning of the next phase of this, which is designing, because there's going to be two broad experiences: the linear experience and then the non-linear experience. Linear
Right.
is reading the book in order. Non-linear is following, free roaming the environment.
Hmm.
I want to build it just as exciting for both.
Yeah, that's cool.
But part of me wants to build this all not in spatial, but in Roblox.
Roblox, did you say? Is that
Yeah.
just another type of?
Yeah. ROBLOX. So just to give you an idea, over half of all kids under the age of 16 in the US are playing Roblox.
Right.
And it's like
And
the metaverse for kids, basically, at this point.
so this is what you were talking to Dr. Was it Katz Kerry? We talked to Kerry's daughter about?
Yes, exactly.
Right. Definitely. Very
it's all-
cool.
yeah, right? It's also one of the reasons I'm, learning how to code, creating these quick start examples in Python. Because
Yep.
eventually we'll be, teaching kids how to code. And I want to take, a different tact. And Dr. Carey's
Yeah.
daughter was pretty clear that if someone did teach math in Roblox, she'd be giddy up.
Yeah. Well, having those two choices of how they engage with the environment is a good idea because it gives you some sort of idea. It gives the user the option of how they engage.
Yes. Yes.
Because I know this, because there's some people who actually pick up a book and will just instinctively open it from the back. I've heard that. It's not me, but
That's the way I
some
read
people do
papers.
it.
I read the abstract, the introduction, and then I jump to the conclusion.
Yeah.
I mean, do you need a code for Roblox? I think they have like a
They have
Roblox
studio. Yeah.
studio, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I have to figure out how to add a FBX file to it. The last time I tried it, failed. You'd think it'd be easier.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm going to take my daughter on a little journey with that one. When that's ready to go, let me know, and I'll grab my daughter and we'll go on a little, see what she does, and we'll record it. We've been on holidays. We've been doing little voice clips at the end of the day. We'll talk about our day, and I record it on the mic, and she's got the most gorgeous little voice. So, and just by starting to do that at the end of the day, I'm noticing that the way she talks and and engages with me has been changing ever so slowly as we go along and have little conversations about holidays.
Can you imagine? You're like a Trojan horse for your daughter's voice, and she like replaces you.
Yeah.
Stranger things have happened. You never know.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get some rest because I banged my head against the wall on this Twilio Python nonsense, but we're gonna get it working. I'm confident. Hey, D2. So we realized that what Dispatch Justice is essentially creating is just a call center app. That's it. And you can get an off-the-shelf call center app for about $20 a month.
Yeah.
No Twilio. So when I talk to you, Rich, I'm going to be like, I have a solution. And she's going to say, what is it? I'm like, do you have $50? And she'll say, maybe. What's it for? I mean, like, look, all I need is 20, actually. Because all you need is just any one of these call center solutions, of which there are fucking countless. And it's just a call center app. You call us, we put you in a queue, and you talk to the first available attorney. That's the whole thing.
Yep.
At this point, I'm just playing around with Twilio for fun to see if I can get it to work as a programming example.
I used it. Yeah, I set up a thing using it to send notification when I was on plant site and send notification.
Oh, nice.
And that kind of thing. So it's pretty straightforward. Just be slow in doing the directions. So
Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm failing to install Homebrew.
that ain't even getting close to where you need to be.
Because I need Homebrew. It's fucking.
when I first got my first notebook, I had probably a similar experience, but that was like 5 years ago. So you're if the directions you're following, okay, and it's not working, find another set. Find someone else giving you the directions, because the likelihood those directions may have an exclusion that they assume you already know.
Well, the thing is, like, when you go to brew.sh, there's only one instruction, which is copy this and paste it into your terminal. And it says checking for sudo access, which may request your password.
Yes.
And that's all that's happened. It hasn't requested my password, and it's stuck at the screen.
So you put in sudo homebrew.sh, and the .sh, that's like a batch file. It runs.
Okay, so let me try this. So if I go to terminal,
yeah,
and I'm in there, what do I type in?
Now it normally it's like sudo space dot / the file name that you want to run.
Okay, so let me see. This has bin / bash -c.
Okay.
Let me text this to you.
Because sudo that's
super
saying
user,
you're
yeah.
administrator. Yeah, it's like saying you're the administrator. And you'll put in the password if it asks you the password that you logged in, because you are the default administrator anyway.
So I'm going to send you, maybe you can give me the command. I'm sending you the Homebrew link.
Okay. How you sending it? Direct message?
I sent it to the wrong thing.
It's lost forever. Oh, Elon Musk. I watched a thing tonight about a business analysis on Twitter and Elon Musk, and the primary thing is there's there's a group. There's the original group in PayPal, pretty much are in certain strategic positions in other companies. And the likelihood is there was a project he was going to do in PayPal, but PayPal ended up being like a funnel instead of being a separate payment and money management entity. And the likelihood is that that project, because he acquired in 2017 a domain called x.com, and everybody thinks it's for like SpaceX and all, no, it's not. It's likelihood it's for introduction of the Lightning network into Twitter and integrating payment and transactions and that kind of thing, which is a good business component if you look at it from a revenue standpoint. That would be significant. So, and also other content payment to content payer, to creators, and you see he wants to do vines, and a lot of people are praying he brings Periscope back. So.
Look, as long as he brings fleets back, he can do whatever the hell he wants.
All right, where did you send it?
Oh, to this, I hope.
Okay, let's see. Direct message, text message. Oh my. Let's see.
You're gonna rue the day you thought you could teach a recruiter how to code.
Not really. I have dealt with all kinds. Okay, I'm not afraid. I found it. All right, that's there. It's not linking. It's just an image.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me send you
I
the
push on
command.
it and it has no link.
So,
there we go.
Yeah. And
All right,
it
let's see.
locally?
/c s curl yada 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 raw. Okay. That's that. What that is that's you're running the local bash to be able to run the curl command, so that it looks like that you're making a call to Homebrew. It should download something and install. So let me go out to Homebrew and look at the directions. Let's see. Yes, managed cookies. Agree. God dog it.
Oh, wow. In Canada, they're doing an inquiry into the Emergency Act and how they treated the truckers.
Yeah. Oh, the world's going to be crazy.
Hey, Rich, what's going on? Go ahead.
What did you do?
What would we do?
Yeah, I got a message from T. Did you do that, really?
Do what?
Make the app
under an hour? Well, the idea is that with the functionality you're looking for, there's other options beside Twilio to spin up a contact center solution.
Yeah, 100%.
And they're cheap as like $20 a month.
He didn't give me many details. I just was in another space,
Oh.
to pitch space that I go to on Tuesdays.
Yeah. So I was thinking that if you're married to Twilio, then that's one thing. But if you're open to using other solutions that might already have everything pre-built, Mike, who was here before, Brand, he found 8x8. You just Google 8x8.
8x8's expensive.
Really?
It's one of the. I mean, sorry, now I'm eating a sandwich. Sorry, I took a big bite. One moment. So 8x8 is traditionally like it's like a VoIP. I used to use it when I worked. No, when did I use it? No, it was some firm I worked for. I used it with them.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
And the whole command, the last piece is install -sh parentheses semicolon. That's what you're seeing when you paste it on the command line.
So when I paste it on the command line, my command line starts with a tilde space %.
Yeah.
And then, I just copy and paste the what I get from Homebrew.
Right. And you when you hit enter on that, it gives you no response back at all.
It says checking for sudo access, which may request your password. And then there's a password : $, but I can't type anything after that.
Okay. I see what, okay.
Do I have to allow permissions for my terminal?
This is what I'm looking at right now. It goes in, does that, and I'm reading.
Permissions.
Installation options.
So what we're doing is I've been hacking away at this Twilio for a little bit, and I understand how the code works now. So I'm just trying to get the stuff on my computer set up so that I can launch this app that I've designed.
Should I just sit back and wait?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I'm gonna let that happen. I just
Yeah.
want to say I'm hoping that you're learning things from this. Also,
Yeah, no, 100%.
Like-
yeah, I want to publish this as a tutorial. How to use Twilio. Are you dumber than a recruiter? Don't worry, you're not.
don't worry. We'll
It's
explain
not
it like you're
possible.
5.
Yeah.
Eli 5
Mhm.
is going around the Twitter Spaces lately.
Eli 5.
Explain it like I'm 5.
Mhm.
Did you like that, Spider?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just have checking for sudo access, which may request your password. It says password : that's it. It's just
Well,
not there.
if you would have tried to run it, and it didn't, if it ran into an issue, it would have gave you an error back needing permissions, or it would tell you something, but you're not getting anything back when you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Now the question is do at the command line, type in LL and hit enter, and tell me what it lists.
Oh, sorry, it asked me for my password again. Okay, so
Okay.
hold on. Why
Now
is it not?
put your password in.
Oh, there we go. It's
Okay.
weird is that when I'm typing, it doesn't show.
No, it won't. It won't show the password. It won't show any asterisks or anything. It's invisible.
Plus return to continue.
Yep.
Wow, I'm a super duper developer. As long as
There
you're
you
here,
go.
anyways. All right, so finding available software. So we got over that hurdle. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Or at least we're getting over that hurdle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so you've used this Twilio before, right?
Yes.
To notify customers when you're on site.
yeah, what I did is I had and I wrote an application that would display on my phone in PHP. And what I did is I had it where I could do, it would tell me time, date, period, week of the year, and what period, specific information about the plant that I was at, and I could enter in my time. And then if I came on site, I had buttons to be able to notify the client that I was at. I had multiple clients, so if I go on their site, I would hit that. It would text either one or multiple people to let them know that I was on site. And then if they wanted to contact me, they would text me back, hey, come see me or that kind of thing. And it was just a tool because there was a lot of times I'd go in places and they would never see me, and I'd send them a bill and they would go, I didn't see you that day. So what I did is I started being able to identify it. It would record it, and then that way I could have time, date, and all that. Go E.
I was just gonna say, if after you're done, Mike, I'll show you I'll walk you through the Webflow, Zapier, Twilio accounts that we have, just so you can see how that was set up. It's kind of the same thing. Like as far as like it shoots the text message to a certain number, and everybody, all of the network attorneys, like it forwards that to them. So basically, the network attorneys save Dispatch Justice's number, the Twilio number, to their phone.
Yeah.
And then set up like their alerts, but it's not, yeah. So, but they just literally open it in the web browser, and that sends the Twilio text out to everyone that's on the list.
Yeah, the response back. That's it. Because I had buttons. I created buttons and had them specific, specific commands into Twilio to identify what numbers, send the number, or groups of numbers, and that kind of thing. Because a lot of times it'd be like I would contact the controls guy, and then maybe the engineering guy, and then I would sometimes send notification to the maintenance, manager, that kind of thing, and then that way those are the people I interfaced with. So. And it was fun. It was a fun little write. Had to get a little help on the sizing to fit the phone, not in a native one of the whatever they call it, your regular full size site, and it transitions to a phone size. I wrote it strictly for phone. So. Well, Mike, did you get there?
So I'm staring at this thing, and where'd the terminal go? Head is now at blah, 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 resolving deltas. Just took a little longer, I guess. Downloading command line tools for Xcode.
Spider, I've pinned the like attorney side of it if you want to see like what it looks like. But I'm sure you've seen this, but what the current broken MVP looked like when it worked on the attorney side. It's a short YouTube video. I recommend putting the volume on silent because there's a loud beeping.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
You don't have to. I just think I figured Twilio out on my own too. Like it is pretty straightforward. Just couldn't figure out Webflow.
It is because it's like most of the, just it should be just about. What are you using, Mike? What do you plan? What are they telling you to use? Are you using Python or what? Node.js is what you said.
Node.js is what they require. Yeah.
And that's pretty straightforward. That's just JavaScript, and it'll have a structure, and you'll just include either a number and a variable or the number directly itself. So
is yours like a native app though, Mike?
I have no idea.
I don't either. So ours was a web app because it was built in Webflow, but so I don't have any idea what you're doing. But I love that you're going for it, even though it's not Python. I thought we. Oh well, learning is good.
Twilio-V didn't come up with anything. Let's run Twilio version. Let's see if that does something. Twilio version. ZSH, command not found, Twilio. What the fuck? Because I didn't run this thing yet. This is brew tap shit. Okay,
Yeah,
bang.
you got. Remember, you got to follow. Remember, I said go slow, and don't
So,
jump ahead. And be very careful what you type. And if you got one space or dash out of a line, or put one dash instead of two dashes, depending on the options and that kind of thing. And it all depends on the command. And one of the things I find, if you want to see if it runs, is to type the command with a slash question mark, or just a question mark after it with a space. Then that'll tell you the druthers about that command.
So it says next steps. Run these 3 commands in your terminal to add homebrew to your path.
Yeah.
Eval.
Yeah, you have to set some system variables, which is one of them's your path, and I'm not sure what else they do. So you just have to look at it. But usually that's what in Linux, in the Mac OS, which is Linux, really, that's pretty much the way they set things up. And then they also set up sometimes what they call aliases, which is a folder location given a different name. It'll say that you're in this folder, but you're really in another folder. So.
All right, so I got it to work. It's now installing Twilio, regenerating OpenSSL, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm going to check Twilio version. And then I'm going to log in, API key.
Yep.
Complete, explore the CLI.
Yeah.
Twilio.
Yeah, and sometimes with your key, you can set a system variable. Are they telling you to do that, or because I find that's easier to do a lot of times? Like with your Python, that's what you normally would do. Depending on your project, you can put your key into a variable, and that's all you have to call. You don't have to worry about the key itself, that kind of thing.
So let's see if I can check this version. Twilio CLI, no, okay, good. So it has installed. The best way to learn about what you can do with the CLI is to run Twilio. So if I go Twilio,
yeah,
usage API. So how would I get into Twilio API -H? Let's try it.
Yeah, you're running command line there, application to communicate to it.
No, I love it. No, I appreciate it. So I'm going to put this down now that I have Node.js installed, and then bang my head away. I don't think you necessarily need Zapier or any of those things. I'd like to do it all within Twilio.
You're going to have it's where the call comes from. Like on their end, if she's got a button or something where it initiates, the person initiates it on their phone, on their app, and then that will
I go to the URL to the phone number.
They'll reach out to a web page, or a page somewhere, and it will activate it to interface
with the XML instructions. Yeah. To say, respond, gather, and queue. Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's put a pin in this, and then we'll hack at it away tomorrow. I think we're pretty close now. I just don't know. Again, it's like looking at a cockpit for the first time, right? There's so many options. You don't
Oh,
know.
yeah. Forget
Mhm.
get Quagmire real quick if you. That's the reason why slow and easy. Slow and easy.
I
And
was saying that for these.
and the thing
Uh-huh.
is that I hate the most is it's inevitable that whoever wrote the article or whoever wrote the directions, if it and then like on the websites where they should give it to you and just spoon feed you, they'll assume sometimes that steps or things are already set up, and
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
find out you got to set that up, and it's
Yep.
like a freaking quagmire. Uh, and if you have a site, the directions aren't working, find another site that tells you the same, you know,
Mm-hmm.
for that same installation or whatever. And most of the time, you'll see that there is a slight difference. And some of them just regurgitate the same thing. It's like they replicate you can look at it word for word, and it's like, really?
Well, it's like,
Yeah.
there's no instruction that tells you when you're typing your password, you're not going to see yourself typing your password.
Yes, yes, they don't tell you that. It kind of freaks you out at the beginning when they drill in your head the little asterisks,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, because you're used to following the cursor, and if no cursor is moving, that means you're not inputting something.
Yeah, that's like I was installing an IDE on I was setting up a Linux distro so that I could just make it a standalone development and add certain things to it. Well, I set it all up, and then the IDE wouldn't operate right, which was PyCharm, and PyCharm
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't update something, and it kept telling me, and I kept trying to find the problem, and it would give me an error, and I would go search, okay, what's this deal, and then finally on Reddit, I found one statement where a guy said, "Oh, you need to install OpenSSL version 1. Blah 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 blah
Right,
blah
right.
blah in the very beginning of all the installation, and it'll work." And that's what I had to go back and do. So I deleted that whole installation, started over, and made it work. And it's like, and nowhere else anybody talk about it. They just say install it, and they would assume that it was the right one. Even some of the things had the wrong open
See, that's
SSL
why I
listed.
like Google Colab, because it wipes those things away.
Yeah. Well, that's just configuring it to install stuff to be able to run, to run and develop in Python or Node or, JS or any of those guys. That was just getting to the program that I use to put the code snippets in, then run it, and the Python terminal will display the results, or I'll output it to a file, and then that's where you start, putting your pieces together, building your main uh,
Mm-hmm.
program, and then it runs pretty much all the functions, and you got everything else sitting on the side. You got all your imports selected, and that's the biggest thing is on installing pip things that Python needs, the different modules.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go from one session to another, like I copy files from one machine to another, I have to make sure I've
Yeah.
got all those pips installed. So or
I'm
shit
just
don't work.
getting used to the pips right now.
Yeah.
Pip installer. I noticed that almost everything uses requests.
Yes. Yep. So
Amazing.
anyway, yep.
All right, so we'll flush our brain, let Delta Sleep work on it, and then we'll hack away at this again. It's a cool project, learning how to use Twilio, because it requires you to learn a bunch of other stuff, which is going to be useful later on.
Yep. You'll understand the steps. You'll be able to merge everything together. So
Yeah, I look forward to creating the tutorial for sure. That's
all
the
right.
exciting part, where you can be like, I know the initial lesson had these instructions, but these are the instructions,
Exactly. I
These are
make
the
big
actual instructions.
I make big long lists on when I'm configuring things and going through a new green install. I record
Mm-hmm.
every step so that if something happens, I can go back and look. These are the commands I ran, and everything's kept in the history of your command line up
Correct.
to, depending on how many, there's a limit depending on your allocation. So when you set up your terminals,
Oh, okay.
I
Okay.
usually set them to keep up, 800 lines, 1200 lines of commands, because I'll dump the history too sometimes when I'm working on something. That way I have that history stored away and I can go in and make modifications. And then if I do something like that repetitively, I just pull that up and just run it, that kind of thing.
I think I could have, once I get the handle on this, because right now I don't even know where to put that, the verb and noun code. But once I get to that level, it's fucking over.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. I love.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Good
All right,
night.
yeah. All right, man.
Take care.